we talk about the games industry today? The sad boy? Little sad boy? I know, there's not enough space here at the moment, mate. Yeah, I know. No one knows how hard it is being Amos, by the way. Just so long as you're all aware. Alright, how are we looking? Good across the board. Alright. Amos, you're fun, mate. Oh, shush, don't make me get the squirty bottle. You're fine. And Mega Boss, Watto and welcome! It's time to boil some piss!
Online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Looking like shenanigans are afoot.
Starting to feel like shenanigans are afoot. How much is that? Jesus. So, Johnny, fucking 58 months, thank you.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online.
And how's that for a shot chaser? PVS, that's 13.
What who?
Feels like he got here 2 seconds ago. And Mega Boss, the first is yours. So let me just, I figure I'm going to keep the current rankings going for this year. We'll start a new one for Amos, leave it. We'll start a new one for 2024. But yeah, no, Mega Boss, that puts you on the board. Well done. I know, Amos, I know. Wet Paint Gaming, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Oh yeah, no, Wet Paint, the fucking Mech Gala was so good. Again, it's that thing that, like, anybody with hobbies and creative spheres kind of say. It's like, what I wanted to do with my Gundam was something a lot more brighter, a lot more vibrant. However, I'm still really happy with what I made. It looks a lot more... I think Echo described it as like evening wear Gundam. And I was like, alright, that makes sense. But, you know, when the theme was Met Gala, I should have gone way more just fucking out there. But it's going to be a while before I get the airbrushes out again, so I'm just going to kind of, I don't know, work on some builds and some good stuff. Anyway, Fearless, Watto and welcome. And you know, there's always next time. There's always next time. Amos, you are fine, dude. The eternal challenges. So we'll wait for everybody to get in before we start talking about the everything, because this is going to be one of those days where I don't want to... God, yeah, we're not going to want to go over the same game news multiple times. Chess and Link, Watto and welcome. Oh, you're having a cross-stitch break, lovely. Do not make me get the squirty bottle. Hey, go lie down. You are fine. You are absolutely fine. Go lie down. Go lie down, my boy. My boy. You got your what's on here. There's no space for a big baby boy. There's no space. Look at this little face. Look at this little face. Yeah, there's a ton of game news stuff to talk about today. Yeah, and Chaunerus, I did tech tests last night, and I could not get Alan Wake to run at the same time as streaming software. From what I've been reading, the hard drive is probably the big bottleneck, but it might be more than that. Because, yeah, it is what it is. But it's not like we aren't going to stream Alan Wake 2 at some point, right? And I had planned on doing it later. It was just, I don't know, my impatience to wanting to play Alan Wake with you all kind of got the best of me over the weekend. But it is what it is. No, Phyllis, that's a smart play. That's a smart play. Oh, anyway, come on in, friends, come on in. There's a lot of games news to talk about. A lot of nonsense to get into. As I'm trying to. As you know me, right? I am not usually an kind of angry discussion person, but let me tell you, not boiling piss today has been very challenging. So I'm gonna try and do like a shot chaser thing today because we've got a lot to talk about. But I'm gonna try and make sure that we do a quick shot of some good news to offset other stuff that's going. My coffee is terrible today, but it's all we got. A combination of I didn't get paid for consultancy stuff until this morning, and I haven't had the chance to go get decent coffee. I emailed the company whose coffee I've been living off this year. I emailed them and was like, "Hey, I'm already drinking it. Want to sponsor me?" Got nothing back. Not even worth a rejection, but it's fine. It's fine. And once this is done, I've just got to switch to tea, which is fine. But anyway, significant figures, Stepagen, Catastros, Angel Kalina. I don't think I said hi to Chaunerus or Ishkar. Angelos, Watto and welcome. Phyllis, I do need a sponsor from Liquid Death. I spoke to them and they went, "Send us your numbers," and I heard nothing back.
I heard a few doctors talking about if they could do the autopsy of a person. They were concerned that if it turns out they were another doctor, they couldn't do the procedure. After all, one shouldn't cut coroners.
That was a long walk for a small glass of water, but we got there in the end. Ehrman, thank you kindly. And Legend, Watto and welcome. It is not a running gag. I didn't notice you. You just managed to just sneak on in there. Oh, Stepagen, lovely. Lovely. Okay. So yeah, the Dinobot's done its job, but let's give everybody a sec to get on in, because, like I said, there's a lot of nonsense to get through today, and some of it sucks. And as I said, I'm trying not to turn it just to a fueled by rage individual, but DX-Man, Watto and welcome. I've been doing this thing recently where to keep my rage from boiling over at just general state of the world and industry, I do this thing where I will go to a social media site and I will scroll until something makes me angry, and then rather than embracing the rage, I'll go somewhere else. But I basically hit everything like a fucking loop. It was basically like a large... It was a particle accelerator of boiled piss this morning. So, hello. Oh, no, and Catastros. Firstly, Watto and welcome. Secondly, abso-feckin-lutely. I actually, as an aside, I sent the clip of us reacting to the Golden Idol 2 announcement to the PR company that's repping them. I'm very proud of that. Apparently they sent it to their company Slack immediately. I forgot what I said, but my exact quote was, "Get fucked, other video games." Why do you lot put up with me? Yes. So significant figures, yes. You are dealing with the large piss accelerator right now. Wake up, indie dev. It's time to boil some piss. Pop the kettle on. Pop it on. Hey, Gowlu, yeah, that can be the back of the box quote for the steel case edition. Angel Kalina, Fiona and I have very different tastes in coffee. My current obsession, I think, is called Double Dead. Yeah. So my current obsession is Raven Brew's Double Dead, which is a really, really it's a really sweet dark roast, and it's in the same vein as Death Wish coffee, but not as expensive. It's usually on sale at like a Freddy's or something. It is extremely caffeinated, and it's really tasty. So I messaged them. I messaged Raven's Brew and asked them if they would consider sponsoring the Longship, because I've been living off their coffee all of last year. Well, all of this year. Soon to be last year. Sorry, I've got my new calendar out, and it's messing with my sense of time. And, before you ask, yes, it is an Elden Ring calendar, and I did get it on sale. Sorry, we're jumping back in. Angela's was like, I was gonna say, I'm thirsty for indie piss, and then, no. Yeah, no one likes, well, I was gonna say no one likes those E3 parties, but there's no E3 anymore. It's dead. But that's another fucking story. Angela's had some Anchorhead Narwhal. Oh yeah. Did you get to go to the little the Anchorhead coffee shop? Because like it's not good for coffee on the go, but it's fancy as. Well, Angel Kalina, I'll ask Fiona when when they get back in, but it's more the case of like, you know, Fiona only has usually like a cup or something a day. And numbers, Watto and welcome. So, the docket for today. I'm mixing things up, alright? Initially, I wanted to do Alan Wake 2, but I can't get Alan Wake 2 to work and play nice with the streaming software as well. Like, you know, it is worth noting, the Longship rig is a fucking beast. It is a dual graphics card behemoth. But there are some games that, through whatever reasons, just don't play nice. And I couldn't do any of the cheeky tricks to get them running good. So, couldn't do Alan Wake 2. Then I was like, alright, well, let's finally do the Sisterhood of the... I always want to say Sisterhood of the Travelling Wheel. It's not. The Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood, the follow-up to... Well, it's not the follow-up, but from the same team that did the Red Strings Club. And considering the game news today, we're not doing that. We're going to be doing a cool... Yes, that is Amos in the background. He is so abandoned and so unloved. We are going to be doing Jusant, which is a... like...
Reactor online.
Hey!
Online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
62-year sub-hype. That's how this thing works, right?
Yeah, Lizzie, no, it has been
Hype.
62 years. And we're basically... The Longship is like a bizarre twist on the hyperbolic time chamber. That it has simultaneously been 60 years and about 3 minutes since we started. But also, I mean, I'll say this as like caffeine and moose game, but Lizzie, I just wanted to say a special thank you, alright? I was really shite with words yesterday because a combination of like raging hangover and just brain spiders, but, you know, we did the Twitch recap yesterday. So many people have made the Longship their little like digital home, their little space. the amount of time that you and Caffeine and Moose all put in to helping keep this place going. I wouldn't be able to do this shit without you. I really fucking appreciate that. Alright, I didn't know a way to phrase it yesterday, but thank you. Yeah, no, that's the long and short of it. That's the long and short of it. Right, and Crux, thank you for filling the pint glass. Oh, sorry, okay. So what are we doing today? Today we are playing a game called Jusant. Jusant is a climbing game about scaling an impossible structure. It's got this real indie vibe. It is non-conflict. It is an incredible vertical odyssey, one reviewer described it as. And I think that's where we should go today, because we've got a lot of Justant.tv. Yeah, before it rebranded to Twonch.television. Sorry. Yeah, Automod killed your joke. I'm sorry. But yeah, that's what we're going to be doing today. I'm still working out what is going on this week. I've got most of the week planned out, but it's really Saturday that's coming under some big old planning. Because this week is going to be this week there is a very... Hang on. This is going a little hard. Let's bring it for some chill vibes for a little bit before we start getting into game news. There we go. There we go. All right. Because I'm gonna get my fucking heart rate up in a second anyway. All right. So today, beautiful indie climbing game, and it should be an absolute banger. Martin, Watto, and welcome. I would have been here sooner, but coffee's bad. Not coffee is bad. This coffee. I mean, Kaolu, this is some funky fresh good times. Okay. So before we get into game news, this is what's happening this week on the Longship. I'll be putting this in the announcements later on this afternoon. But so today, cool indie climbing. Tomorrow we're finishing Armored Core 6. I want to get the final ending done and dusted before the end of the year. And the end of the year is approaching at high velocity. Not unlike the cores of Armored Core. Anyway. On Thursday, I am going to do a double header. So we're going to do our first week in review. Which I'm basically hoping to turn it into like what was important news-wise of the week. Because, let's be honest... If there's any games industry news on a Friday, it means something really bad has happened. Martin, it's a self-published title. Like, okay. Whenever someone says not to be that guy and then proceeds to exactly be that very individual, okay. To my understanding, Don't Nod is not an owned studio, right? Okay, they're their own developer and publisher. Alright. That's been kicking around for a while. Oh yeah, no, Fearless, we're going to be talking about so much of the video gamery stuff. So So I'll need to have a look into to Jusant, because it's a much smaller project inside a larger studio. Well, self-published studio. But what I can say about Jusant, it is an internally developed, self-published title. Okay, maybe calling it exactly indie is an over-description. It's aesthetically very independent. Oh yeah. Okay. This is why we're not having the upbeat tunes, because blood pressure's through the fucking roof. Alright. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do Shot, we're going to do Chaser. Now, the day after is where we can start with the game... Oh, hang on. Fucking hell. I am all over the place this morning. Alright. So here's the week. Before we get into the meat, here is the week. Right. So, today, Jusant. Tomorrow, Armored Core. Thursday, week in review. And then we're going to follow that up with something afterwards. I'm going to leave it... because apparently this week is going to be a hell week for a lot of people. So, I'm torn between a few cute indie titles and Slay the Princess, which is a brilliant but horrific indie title. Well, okay, maybe horrific's a bit much, but that's what I'm thinking. Friday, Sea of Thieves, though I might sneak in some nonsense beforehand. Again, depending on how this week has been. And then Saturday, right. I am currently brainstorming what we are doing on Saturday. Currently, the frontrunner is the EA Widow's Lament, where I will be playing Game Dev Tycoon with all of you lot, and we'll be cranking the difficulty and basically just crunching me into a fine powder. If referencing the EA Widow makes you chortle, then congratulations. You need to remember to take your ibuprofen today. But there is a reason behind a potential self-destruction stream, because there hasn't been any real interest in a big e-cheese marathon or anything along the lines of that. So I've been trying to think of something interesting that we can do on Saturday where you lot can fuck with me, and here is why. From tomorrow, Twitch is going to be doing a big old promotion on this Twitch.television. The TLDR is that any bits thrown at my dumb face over, I think it's like
the Teenage Mutant Ninja
300
Turtles,
bits.
our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Catastrophe, thank you kindly. Who did you manage to hit? You got Jupiter, Sahim, and Viathon. Interesting clues. Thank you kindly. But yeah, so Twitch is going to be doing a basically 10% on top of whatever you throw at my dumbass in bits. So, you know I would never ask you specifically unless I was in severe trouble or otherwise. But if you were ever considering chucking money at my dumb face, then that would be the feckin' time to do it. Last time Twitch did one of these promotions, they did it around, I think it was Terminator, one of the newer movies that was very forgettable. But it ended up helping my dumbass out a massive amount. And technically taking money from Mr. the Twitch. So, if ever there was a time for you lot to go ridiculous, Phil says it's better than a direct donation. Okay, so I guess here's the trilogy of, so direct donations come through PayPal. PayPal takes a little bit, but it goes immediately through. Bits are still the most to us, but we have to wait until the 16th of every month. That's why we haven't been able to have our thank you for helping us move drinks yet. And the reason why bits are fucking brilliant is if you throw 500 bits at my dumb face, we get $5 through. Like, there's nothing else taken out of that. And the other thing is, in the event that J-Post! Thank you, but hold fire, because if you do that from tomorrow onwards, then Twitch is going to throw, like, you know, an extra 50 bits on top. Like, that's free money we can steal from Mr. the Twitch. But yeah, the other thing is that bits are protected, so in the event of anything weird or shisty happening, Amazon just eats the cost on that one. Yeah, so that's the thing. So Fearless, it's the amount and then some. And again, I'm sorry to talk the business of Twitch with you all. I understand it's the most boring thing. But, you know, we're just trying to pull ourselves back up after this move. And we're doing it. We're doing it. I mean, it's just fucking scary. It's scary for everybody right now. You know what I mean. Anyway, so if ever there was a time for the secret Discord that doesn't exist or what have you, it will be this coming week, right? And whatever we do on Saturday, you lot will be able to fuck with me in real time, or something that will be directly entertaining. Well, Chess and Link.
Captain on the bridge.
Neo Shadow, fucking thank you. It's 61 months at 3. Fucking hell. I should say, sorry, Neo Shadow. Seriously, that is a fuckload. Thank you. Sorry, I was kind of careening through on my my brain. I'm always happy to talk about like the business side of this stuff. Like, it's mostly pretty dull, you know. Subs are kind of like the lowest, but like, so gifting subs ends up with the least amount coming to us to keep things going. But also, if you're gifting a sub to somebody, that means they don't have to deal with ads, and that they're gonna want to hang out here. So you're helping in a, you know, in a random, you know what I'm saying? Okay. Well, yeah. So, and Crux, you're not wrong. Bits acquisition, what they do is they charge you at point of purchase. So that's how they offset it. But yeah. Okay. So now you know. Again, if anybody comes up with any absolute banging ideas this Saturday, then we'll feckin' go for it. Like, I've been trying to think up entertaining ways to destroy myself that you would all enjoy. And I know there was a request for not another Shark Week. Mainly because the last Shark Week I did have a breakdown. I mean, partially because people were fucking with me in the real at the same time, and that was too much, but... Not and Fearless. Thank you. Like, sincerely fucking thank you.
Direct bits support more than subs. Got it, Viking 64 Costrios TS.
There's that Chaos badge. Catastros, thank you. I wasn't fishing, I'm just sorry. Sincerely, thank you. Alright? And I'm sorry I've been chatting about, like, cash and the ilk. But it's been on my mind so fucking much these last, like, month and change. Okay. Actually, and Chonorus, interestingly, I have not noticed any change in sponsors and outreach and things like that dependent on number of subs. They all want to know about our average concurrence. That's
Not so sneaky bits.
Crux, thank you kindly. Seriously, thank you all. Okay, alright, that is enough wanky business talk. Alright. Who's ready to boil some piss? Who's ready to boil some piss? Alright, we're switching it up a gear. So. Where to start? Alright, let's start with the easy stuff. So, do you remember, friends? Do you remember a couple weeks back, I guess it was pre-move, where we went through, what was it, Days Gone? No, not Days Gone, that's the driving one, was it? The Day Before. We had a little walk through that, and I showed you all the jank and all of the in-engine feckery that was clearly faked. Well, that popped off. 4 days ago, it finally launched. It was a disaster. And the company is in the process of disappearing. They have removed all of their social media. They have removed the game from sale from Steam. It appears that the current narrative from outside of the studio is that they are basically attempting to take the money and run. Although apparently they have had an over 50% return rate, which is wild. Now again, this is all colloquial knowledge, so don't take it as full fact, but... Yeah, no, Catastrophe Fearless, this does feel like just a straight up rug pull. And Biggs, Watto and welcome, hello. Because it is one thing to launch a title with grand expectations and then it be shaky at launch. We've seen that. But to pull it within 4 days, especially considering the amount of copies shifted, like, yeah, nah. And Ultrazini, I hope you're feeling better. Now, once again, I'm starting to feel like, as a squad, we basically have the gift of fucking prophecy, because we saw this. And Sean, Watto and welcome. Okay, so my gut on this one says that they were making a push. Okay, my gut on this one says that they were making an honest-to-goodness push to try and shift as many units, like, at the beginning as possible to try and get things through. Generate enough revenue and then be able to deliver on. And that from launch they have seen the two things of, one, how far they are from the top of the hill, and two, how quickly people turn those pre-sales into refunds. Like, I don't think they're pulling it for any other reason than to stem the flow of lost revenue. And Varbles, okay, Wolfgrad's right. We need some proper good investigative journalism on this one. The idea that their publisher is an extremely shady operation and wanted, like, cash money now, that does track, and it would reduce the amount of, like, delisting and disappearing would potentially reduce the amount of returns. He was distraught. He was distraught that you were gone. Okay. So Angela says, I thought Steam took it down, not them. I mean, for that one, I'd want a little bit more info. You know what I mean? Mainly because Steam aren't in the habit of taking down games that are broken and bad. Like, Steam have no qualms selling you games that are unplayable. So, I mean, I don't know if the sheer number of returns propped some kind of safety feature on Steam or what have you in that regard, but if I'm looking at the evidence, like the removal of all of their social media stuff speaks to a concise and intentional focus. So yeah, removing their digital footprint to, I guess, obfuscate the attempted refunds and things like that. Talon says they've heard that people on that Steam is letting people refund even after the cut.
Reactor online.
Hey, that's good.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh hi Will. Hooray for bad news.
I mean, woo! We've got a lot to go over, friends. We've got a lot to go over. No, see, Wolfgrad, usually I would agree with you, because that's usually what happens. Sorry, Wolfgrad was saying that they saw that, you know, they had to publish something, the development money was running out, they just needed to push something out the door. See, I've seen that. But the amount of wish lists on the day before is that I think the finals ended up beating them, but it was one of the most wishlisted games on Steam. It was very there. Like, just in sheer pre-sales alone, they should have been able to keep that thing going for a while. Vanderbeest, Watto. Well, no, so Angelo's, I'm trying to remember where it is it went viral. It was either, like, Immersion or TikTok or something, but the trailer went everywhere, and it promised the everything game. Like, it's worth saying that whilst it feels that the zombies genre has been kind of done to death, we haven't really had the perfect zombie game yet. So, the hunger for a good co-op, like, shooty gun bang, survive the zombocalypse is still out there. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling a pint glass. Watto and welcome. House Order, represent! And Naru, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. But yeah, so I've seen a lot of dev teams that have had to just put something out. Even teams that were doing, like, online titles. But the fact that if they have scrubbed everything, that's what speaks to me of intent. Because here's the thing. You leave a game up, you promise the user base that you're going to improve it, fix it. Like, so you have an incredibly successful, like, pre-release campaign, like the day before. Everyone knows about it, everyone wishlists it, fucking brilliant. Then you release it, and it's broken and buggy and not what you promised. Even if your goal is to do evil, what you do is you stand up in front of everybody, you go, hey, look, we're working our asses off here, we're trying so hard, like, please, continue to support us, we're totally gonna do the thing.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Happy 62-month sub anniversary. Remember that you were loved by us and there's no shame in that. We all live together.
We all live together. We stole that from Warframe. Captain Stephanie Barnes! Thank you. Come on in, come on in. And seriously, Captain Steph, thank you. It's always lovely to see you, friend. So, okay. Here's how most people would do evil in this situation, the situation being the day before, that you release the game, you promise that you're going to fix everything, you promise everything under the sun, and then you just keep selling it and do nothing, right? That way, your die-hard fans suddenly go, oh, no, it's fine, they're going to fix it all. By the time your core audience realizes that nothing's going to change, they're already in the paint. Like, they won't be refunding. Now, your next, if you were to do that, whatever game you release after that will be absolutely panned. It will be destroyed. But if the goal is evil, then the goal is to make money, right? But the fact that this has just done a full-on... Okay, sorry. This appears to have done a full-on rug pull is weird. God, ankles, something Star Citizen. I mean, they managed to keep padding, and I've been told by people who've been playing Star Citizen that it's getting better all the time. But, like, if you just look at Star Citizen from a purely financial setup, there was a long time where, like, Cloud Imperium was selling nothing, promising everything, and making a lot of money in the process. But, so yeah, the fact that it's being pulled all together, that is some shady shit, right? That is some shady shit. The reason why this makes me so angry into the piss-boiling situation is that the day before was set up for success in a way that dev teams dream of. Dream of having that much coverage, that much attention. Squidpeg says they're also siloing out their other titles. Now, has it been delisted? Or have they just removed it from sale? So, day 4. Okay, has it been delisted? Alright, no. So it hasn't been delisted, it's just been removed from sale. So Prop Knight and Radiant 1 were their two previous titles. Or at least as listed. Like, we talked about this before when we were looking into, like, the day before, that it was a drastic change in the kinds of titles they developed. Anyway, like I said, the reason I'm infuriated by this is because they got the kind of, like, coverage and attention that you can only dream of. And they've fucking, like, if we assume it's not, like, just straight up evil, they have squandered that. And I'm incensed. Now, jumping back, like I was saying, is the one thing this shows us is there is still such a huge hunger for these big online experiences. And again, it's definitely something that people want. You know, as someone was joking earlier that, you know, why are people still after zombie games when Left 4 Dead is right there? And I think it's there's a complete package of it that really plays to the empowerment of the individual, of the group, right? The world is done. No more bullshit, no more other people. It's just you and your friends doing cool kid shooty gun bang in the remnants of. There's something that speaks to people on a strange level there that apparently everyone resonates with, you know. But all of that, toast. And Bernor, I don't like to assume evil, but Boy howdy, does the evidence seem to point to it. Alright, so I said I would do shots and I would do chasers, okay? So, this is the chaser for this one, so that we don't end up boiling too much piss. Alright, so as one of the few people... as one of the few people who played Wolfstride, the incredibly animo... giant robot turn-based game that, if you haven't heard of it and haven't played it, you fucking deserve it. Angelo says, isn't there like Dying Light and Dead Island? There is. I think there's an underestimation of a lot of studios as to how complex that is. I haven't looked into the Dead Island 2 saga. I'm still amazed that it launched. And Dying Light 2 went through a lot of messy nonsense. But... yeah, well, so Order of Talent, you do... I mean, users are always hungry for the new and unexplored. But also, it is the exploration elements to those. Like, I don't know if today is necessarily the day to do it, but we should potentially sit down and think about, like, what is it about those kinds of Zombocalypse experiences that users still really want to play? Anyway, like I said, shot and chaser. So here's your chaser. So this is the next game from the team that brought you Wolfstride. And again, if you haven't played Wolfstride, it's incredible and you deserve it. Wolfstride is an excellent example of how to do like an art-led project on a budget that feels massive. And this is their next one.
So, I heard you like card games. This is gonna be a colossal card match.
Look at this style. Oh yeah, and Angelos, that's not third-party art. That's not like an animated trailer. That's the art style for the game. It is a roguelike drafting card game, but instead of being a little dude climbing a spire, you are an unhinged super being on a tiny planet with a gun. I don't mean that you have a gun, the planet has a gun. And that's the setup. It's gorgeous. Angelo rips up Photoshop and quits forever. Yo, Angelo, seriously, let me get you the link for it, but I 100% it. Oh, Caffeine, the name of that game is Zetzillions. And while it is not... you do not need to have played Wolfstride to play it. It does have a lot of references. I think it's going to look excellent. I think it's going to be excellent, and I'm thoroughly looking forward to it. Sorry, I'm just trying to get you all the... Here we go. And if you haven't seen it, so this is Wolfstride, their previous title, and it's a beautiful blend of, like, some charming pixel art with some exceptional illustration. And with the illustration stuff, they do a lot of paper doll animation, and it has this brilliant effect of, like, the characters are all these chunky pixel art creations. The mechs are these huge, gorgeous, gigantic, like, paper doll illustrations, and it gives them such a scale and a weight. Oh, it's so good. But when you actually look at the pieces, it's a lot of very clever camera work and very, very clever economy of art. Yeah, no, Angelos, I think it is fair to say, like, comparable to what was considered a pretty indie game back when we started. It's very different from now. Okay, and on the subject of economy of art, let's get on to the next round of piss boiling. The finals can get fucked. And I'm sick of pretending. Like, okay, in game development, we are all mostly friends, alright? When you see a game dev team congratulating another game dev team on an announcement, they genuinely mean that. And when you hear about people's stuff, fucking excellent, brilliant, love it. I am absolutely sick to the fucking back nines of the finals, and I hope it eats shit and crashes. So when I say that, I hope I hope you understand. I don't say that lightly. Now, the reason why we are boiling piss over the finals was yesterday, the studio behind it went on a big, like, me, about why they're using generative AI instead of VO. Why they've been using generative AI throughout their process and how fucking clever and smart and good they are for doing it. I read this article, and I'll give you a what was the quotes? I believe the specific quote was, "It allows us to do more with less." And it was a whole article on Game Developer, and they're just talking about how, well, AI tools are here, and they allow... Okay. It allows a small team of veteran developers to create the kind of games they used to make at large studios. And I'm fucking sick of pretending like this is cool and alright. Yeah, no, Hoffers, Supergiant have been able to do fully VO games with a tiny team. Alright. Like, we've just gone through talking about Wolfstride, which was a teeny tiny team. They VO'd the shit out of that one. Do you want to know what their idea of small team is? $96 million. Nexon acquired them for $96 million. Oh, we're so small and poor. Please, sir, I just need a crumb. We can't possibly pay people. We're so tiny and poor. Look how gaunt we are. You're owned by Nexon. So no, I am maximum piss boiled over this one because it's this fucking pretense like they're a teeny tiny scrappy little friend. It's that fucking mate you had back in uni or college who'd be like, who tried to pretend like they were the down-to-earth friendo when they grew up with rich as shit parents. It feels the same way. Like, as Antos is saying, Sega spent $30 million on the Creative Assembly. Mbox Studios was purchased by Nexon for $96 million. They are a publish-owned setup. And I'm just... Yeah. It is entirely possible to do fully VO'd titles on a budget. In fact, one of my game dev friends was making a really good point, which is like, he doesn't like working with SAG actors. And that's mostly because of the SAG-AFTRA contract can be very, very constraining. I've had some similar discussions with some similar people. I'm not anti-SAG by any means, and I don't think my friend is either. You know, we fully support unions here. Proud of the people. You know, get fucked Bobby Kotick. Working with a SAG contract can be a massive challenge and can create an expensive spike. I'm also not, you know, condoning for scabs, but in the same breath, there are people in your studio that can just do it. Like, if you have a large studio, I guarantee at least one person, maybe two, have the personality to be able to handle it. Or, if you're in early development, you know, have one of your squad do it, and then when you're making bank, get fucking Manny Mercer to be your cool kid or what have you. Yeah, no, Lizzie, SAG-AFTRA contracts are expensive for those who cannot realistically afford it. That's a very good point. The reason why SAG and people like that need those contracts is for more predatory, like, massive entities like EA. You know, the SAG contracts are difficult to work with if you're a true blue indie, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Now, Wolfgrad, there's another fucking good point. See, we've been talking about the economy of art. We talk about economy of art a lot on the long shit because where you spend your dev time, that is the challenge, right? You can't have it all. And, yeah, Wolfgrad, not every game needs VO. And that's... If you haven't seen it, by the way, the finals is another attempt at esports fuckery. The premise is... I mean, the premise is kind of fun. It's OG Red Faction meets Capture the Flag. Except for the flag is a vault full of money. Destructible terrain, shooty gunbang, you know, 3v3 competitive stuff. It's fine. It's a conceptual blend of a lot of things we already have in games, and who knows how it'll take. But... Oh, sorry, and jumping back, as Angelo says, for Sea of Thieves, it's almost exclusively, like, people from in the studio. I can't remember, it's not Zoe Wanamaker that plays Belle, but it's... So, like, for Belle and for, like, the idiot pirate lord and stuff like that, they do have, like, external people come on in. But, like, you know, our bloody mate from CA, who... Why am I blank on his name? I'm a bad friend. I also drink too much, so. But, like... Scrolling back down, trying to remember my friend's name. I am the worst. John! Fucking... Oh, that was a challenge. But yeah, John does the Sea of Thieves video stuff and voiceovers for commercials and things like that. Like, it's... He does a fucking good job. And if there's one thing that spending time at the Creative Assembly showed me is that if you have a studio that's like 50 to 100 people plus, there is guaranteed one person in-house who can fucking do it. You know what, Catastros? That's a fucking great point. Banjo-Kazooie has those like... Blip, 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 blip. Yeah, that was just Grant making face noises. Love it. So no, I'm not going to let this one lie. Until Embark's ready to start fucking paying some people and stop patting themselves on the back for, you know, generative AI shit. And get fucked. Also, the other thing, and this is not confirmed, so this is just me looking at the bones. But I think one of the things they did for the finals is they had people come on in and record the sample lines that can then be used for generative AI voices. And, hey, Penny Peruna! Put on your galoshes and your splash mounted poncho, because I'm boiling some piss! I'm boiling some piss! My galoshes! Sorry, Penny, how was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. I'm talking games industry stuff, and yeah, there is no splash-free zone today. I don't think there's anything else to add on this one. But I promised you all shot and chaser, so here's the chaser for Embark Studios being, like, pretending like they're these Dickensian little fucking orphans and Nexon owned. So, over on Steam, Dusk HD was just released, along with workshop support, and a whole bunch of cool shit. Now, I need to go over the Dusk HD details, but it seemed like they were implying that you could import game levels from other titles, which I really love the idea of that one. And Johnny, that does make me laugh. And Catastros, thank you kindly. Sorry, Johnny was thinking of the whole, the idea of stealing voices being like in The Little Mermaid. But there's Embark Studios with a bunch of conch shells of performers' voices. Okay, so Dusk HD has launched. If you haven't played Dusk, it is described by New Bloods as the quintessential boomer shooter. It's just good, chunky fun. It plays like the best bits of the shooters of yore, and I love it. I love it. The full it's been okay. So it's been 5 years since Dusk came out. They didn't intend to do a full remake, but that's what they ended up doing. So if you've been considering playing it, you can just get the Dusk HD update free on top of the existing game. So okay. I'm trying to find the exact quote. Ishkar, I'm sorry that Dusk does make you motion sick, but the updates to New Dusk are fascinating. They do include the ability to import levels from other games, like Half-Life and shit like that, which I think is fucking cool. You know, that's the kind of like fun nerdery that most like engine programmers would love to have the time and effort to do, and they've been able to. I think that's fucking funny. Now, the reason why I said this was a chaser is, in lieu of all the bullshit that unfortunately we're going to be talking about next, in lieu of all the fuckery, so Dave Oshry, who runs New Blood, did this. And I quote, this was hidden in the patch notes, by the way. Unbeknownst to them, all the profits from Dusk for the month of December 2023 will be split between David and Ben, the two developers who've been working on Dusk HD. Don't spend it all in one place, lads. If you buy a copy of Dusk for yourself or your friends, all that money is going to the two people that have spent the last 5 years chipping away at this. That means New Blood's not taking a penny. Now, New Blood's motto has been "We hate money," and Oshry is putting his money where his mouth is. Oh, sorry, and jumping back, Penny, feckin' congratulations and happy birthday! Feckin' yo! Yeah! Birthday buddies! Because it is Wolfgrad's birthday as well, which I should have said before, because I even wished you happy birthday yesterday, but I keep forgetting about time travel, because I'm the worst. But yeah, so, friends, if you pick up a copy of Dusk, like, this month, either for yourself or someone else, that's just going to the dev team directly, at the behest of the publisher. And believe me, friends, it is usually exactly the opposite fucking way round. Like, you never hear about a publisher going, you know what, you worked hard, have all the profits, don't even worry about it. Not like a bonus, not a discretionary little paycheck, but nah. Whatever ends up getting sold, that's all for you. Enjoy. Birthday buddies. Aww, Penny, that's feckin' kind of you. Penny is saying if anybody would like a copy of Dusk, they're more than happy to gift it. That is lovely. Okay. Which other flavor of hot boiled piss are we going for? All right, let's deal with the multi-headed dragon in the room. Wizards of the Coast. Hasbro have announced they will be laying off 1,100 staff before Christmas. I don't think there's even anything to. I don't think there's anything to add. I'm just fucking livid. Like, one of the reasons why I started late, friends, is I got up, I read this in the E3 news, and we knew E3 was gone. Still, I'm not happy at its death, but the writing was on the wall back in, like, 2016. But with this, I'm just like... Yeah, no, and Ehrman, that is huge. That is, 20% of their workforce. At least reported by the Wall Street Journal, Hasbro is roughly 6,400 employees, and they will be laying off 1,100 of them. They've said over the next 6 months as the timeline for it, but we all know that means the front loading is... Well, okay. I highly doubt they are going to do things the good way, and I have no reason to believe they are going to do that well. They'll want to cut as many people as possible so that fiscally their budgets don't count towards, like, the new year. So they can just be like, oh, look how much more profitable we are in 2024. I'm fucking done with this. Because the thing is, we're not talking about a struggling operation with non-profitable products. You know, these fuckers made Transformers, and Play-Doh, and Magic the Pissing Gathering. I play Boiled Piss. Boiled Piss is actually a red-blue card. Still mad. Now, throughout the article, there's a few things are mentioned. So one of the things that's mentioned is that they had this theory that the Dungeons and Dragons movie was going to lead to record windfall profits. And I mean, I guess. But like, how ridiculous were they expecting that film to do? If you haven't seen it, by the way, the Dungeons and Dragons movie is fucking great. I love it. Yeah, it's fearless. All they saw was a moderate sales bump. So yeah, numbers, I can only assume delusional. And again, nerdery has done so well over the last few years. Turns out everyone being stuck indoors caused record buying of Pokemon cards, Magic the Gathering cards, etc. Like, I guess I don't have anything clever to add. I don't have anything special to add. I just wanted to acknowledge it and just fucking... I'm pissed! And I think it's okay to be pissed about this shit! I think it's entirely fine. I think it's entirely fine to be ragey about this fucking nonsense. Oh yeah, I mean, Lizzie, we've talked about it a lot, but like the return to office push as a way to stealth fire people is driving me up the fucking wall. And Jamami, Watto and welcome. Stream's not early, I'm just getting back to, you know, starting when I should be starting, which is like noon. Yeah, I mean, hey!
Heart goes out to Watk stuff. I know some great people there.
I mean, fucking same, friend. Fucking same. Obviously, thank you for the 20 months, alright? Cold Ankle says that their employer is spoiling for a union fight. Fucking yo. Oh, and if you're... I think we're all aware of it, but just in case. The return to office push is for two reasons. One, because a lot of companies have been paying for very expensive office space and they want to get their money's worth. The other is that it's a great way to basically just axe a shitload of people without having to announce layoffs. Because here's the thing. If I have to tell you, hey, I'm really sorry, we're letting you go, I've fired you. I've downsized you. But if I say, hey, I need you to come into the office every day...
And we in Europe are happy to see you.
Aw, fuck, okay, wow. Steppergen, thank you. I've missed all of you lot so much, alright? I'm trying to get back to being sensible and healthier and whatnot. So I'm trying to get back to starting from noon, so I get to chat with you all more, but... Anyway. I'm sure you're all aware of the tactic that basically, yeah, if you tell your workforce that they all have to come into the office after you've said you can work from home, people are spread out. Some of them do not have the resources or the ability to relocate, so they just have to go, fuck, I guess we're out. Yeah, really. I mean, that's a whole cat of monkeys. I mean, I completely agree with you, but it's just like, fucking go. And no, yeah, let them know fear. Glorious. Okay, so we promised Shot and Chaser. So the Chaser. The Chaser is a nice little one. SquarePeg put up yesterday that the Discord is in the place where we spend all our time when we're not on stream. Has now specifically said transphobia will not be tolerated. Misgendering and dead naming is considered against terms of service explicitly. And I know it's a little thing, but that's real fucking cool. So we get a good guy Discord moment. And in case you needed an additional chaser, and I can understand you might, the team behind Hatterful Boyfriend finally got all their royalty checks from the Epic Store. Now, I understand their frustration, and I understand like the battle they went through to get this. I do think that it was an oversight. Like, over at Epic, there were like 5 people pointing at each other and going, "Wait, I thought you were handling Hatterful Boyfriend. Well, I thought you were handling it. Wait, if you're not, Dave, who's paying the Hatterful Boyfriend person? I thought you were." Like, in my humble opinion, I feel that's what happened. I'm not going to give Epic a fucking pass because they're on my shit list still. They're on my fucking shit list. Like, with everything that's been going on with the move and in the world of video games and stuff like that. Also, for a brief second, we were at 69 viewers. Nice. It took me a little while to understand the implications of what's been going on over at Epic. Yeah, here we go. This is like some fucking fight music. So, as you know, friends, earlier in the year, Epic laid off a fuckload of people. And then at the Game Awards, and over the last, last week, they announced, Fortnite Lego and a whole bunch of other, huge additions to Fortnite as a whole. And I'm just like... Okay, if you haven't seen it, so Lego Fortnite, or Fortnite Lego, whatever you have, it's just, branded Minecraft. Gameplay-wise, it's closer to Valheim, so there are big bosses to defeat, but it's still build, craft, survive, battle. That thing is going to print money. It is going to print money until it is unstoppable. And it struck me when I finally had a chance to breathe that larger portions of the people who were hired by Epic must have worked at that one, must have worked towards those coming out. So, Epic are on the precipice of making even more amounts of stupid money, even with the licensing fees they have to pay. And I'm just like... I'm fucking pissed at them. They could have easily kept on that staff with the amount of cash they're making. Or it tells me that they were rushing to get Lego Fortnite and the other things finished, and they did not plan well enough. So they just had to bulk hire. They had to bulk up and then bulk down, which is always a huge sign of mismanagement. Just fucking livid. Well, Sean, it's interesting because I need to go back and see what it was that Epic or Ballbag Tim Sweeney said about their attempts at Metaverse, because I don't remember Sweeney saying anything specifically, but I do remember that when the Metaverse grift was going on, a lot of people kept pointing to Fortnite and saying, well, here's a game with all these crossovers in. In actuality, now they've added the Forge mode. I'm just going to keep calling it that because I don't remember what the fuck it's called. That's the point where the interconnected everything of it starts to make more sense. But at least from what they said earlier in the year is that if you're not aware of it, they basically added a feature where people can make their own mini games and games within Fortnite, and then you can just play them within the title. So similar to Roblox and shit like that, but Fortnite. And apparently it's done very, very well, but it's not making any money. That was one of their excuses for getting rid of people earlier in the year. The first time they did it. So yeah. Sorry, this is kind of leftover piss getting boiled here, but it took me a little while after the Game Awards announcement and the move and everything to really comprehend that, Epic basically, they must have done a fucking death crunch this year to get all of that stuff working. Because from reading the tea leaves, from the rumblings that I hear, those old, the old in Fortnite gigs, those were basically an internal death crunch to get those working in time to match up with the deals. Inside of Fortnite's operations, it is probably, and again, I don't know this is just speculation, but it is probably Brand makes the deal and then turns around and tells the engine team hey, we need to do a gig in Fortnite and you need to be able to make this happen in 3 months. They're getting handed these impossible tasks. And for a lot of those people, their reward has been being fired before the end of the year. So... my piss boils! Cold ankles, I'd vote for you. I'd vote for you for Director of Planet. I wonder if you can mod that in, Fearless. I'd be a sniper skin. That's actually my favourite character in Team Fortress 2. Okay. So this isn't really bad news, but so long and farewell to E3. The ESA officially announced today that E3 will not be returning. We knew this was going to happen because they didn't even fucking try this year. For those of you who don't know, the ESA put together a super team that was going to reinvigorate E3 this year. That they were going to make a new setup. I knew some of the people working on that, and like, win, lose, or draw, it was going to be fascinating. For those of you that are industry, they were going to emulate the Gamescom model, where the industry area has like free food and a bar and like spaces to have meetings, impromptu, and things like that. Fucking brilliant. Don't know what they were going to do about the front-facing side of it, but anyway, it's dead, it's gone. Again, it is important to remember that in its place, it is now Keighley. Like, Summer Games Fest and the Game Awards being kind of like the summer and winter events now, they are the big games media focal point. And whilst Keighley has not used his powers for evil, again, you put all of that power in one white man's hands, and history has a long list of things. Yeah. Yeah, Dustin, Jeffrey Keigles now has the monopolized crown. Yeah, Lizzie. Mm-hmm. History has taught us exactly what happens when one white man consolidates that much power. So... Well, cold ankles, I didn't assume. Well, so Alnas, what is dark is that this Game Awards, the one just gone, was exactly everything it intended to be perfectly. And, like, the awards themselves are nothing more than a throwaway excuse to bring everybody together. Most of it is just adverts and skits and bits. It's just that. There's a marketing exercise. Now, I have not been able to confirm this, so again, please take this with a smidgen of salt, but apparently, like, the average cost for a trailer slot for the Game Awards was $250,000. So that's $250,000 to put your trailer on the Game Awards. And how many trailers did we see? And that's, if we take that just as the potential number for, like, an unconnected setup, like, how much must those larger spots have been? Again, when you think about, like, the epic Fortnite Lego crossover, they did 3 spots that were definitely longer than tiny trailer sized. Imagine how much money Epic put into the Game Awards to have that. Which is also why fucking Keigles didn't talk about a single breath about, like, the layoffs and what have you. You know? So, like, we'll be talking about that probably more throughout the year. No, it's an excellent question, Moose. Like, how much did Capcom pay to close out the show? Alright, significant figures. Go, get strong, feel better, to be continued. Alright. I'm trying to think, what's the chaser after E3's death? To celebrate the 30th anniversary of Doom, celebrated hair legend John Romero just released some stuff for free. It's not Strife. What's it called? Is it Strife? Strive? So Quasi said, speaking of the Game Awards, I had a quote from a podcast. Good to see an indie game like Baldur's Gate 3 do so well. I mean, That's a sigil. Thank you, Ishkar. Sorry, I'm just moving a million miles an hour. I just wanted to grab the link for that. Well, so that's a fascinating discussion. One thing that we have to remind ourselves is that we aren't the norm. We aren't even the norm in, like, super in-depth video game spaces, because we are far more literate of both. Alright, I'll have to find the link to Sigil in a sec. We are both far more aware and understanding of the process of the video games industry. We seek out indie stuff that people haven't heard of. Like, comparable to something like COD or Spider-Man or what have you, Baldur's Gate, like, Larian are the plucky upstarts. They are the team that has weathered the storm. They are an independent little operation that has grown slowly over time. And yes, they are heavy hitters now, but they're heavy hitters in an independent sense. I am going to resist the concept of indie as a vibe for as long as I can, but we need a better vernacular to discuss how large these studios are and how they operate. But what we can say is that, you know, they are the architects of their own success, and if Baldur's Gate 3 had eaten shit, Larian would have been hurt directly, you know? Yo, Order Talon, I'm a Dragon Knight Saga kind of bitch. That's how I describe myself. Like, I played Dragon Commander. I was there. I was there when Original Sin was the Hail Mary to save the studio. And it worked. But it is something that's important as we go forward. I did notice that Dave the Diver, they got their big crossover with Dredge, announcement. No one talked about them anywhere else. Because that was the other little hot button topic going into the Game Awards was, how come Dave the Diver is being called indie? Because it's not independent, it is published, and it's published by Nexon. It's developed in-house by Nexon. They just did some clever fuckery in terms of their branding. So, Dustin, we haven't had any more news regarding the Insomniac hack, but the TLDR is that Insomniac has been hit by a ransomware attack and are threatening to release a whole bunch of stuff on Wolverine, the Insomniac's next big game, including like a whole bunch of personal information on employees and people who've worked with them. The big threat is apparently about the voice of Spider-Man, which was changed. You know, and Angelos, the Indie as a vibe is a weird one. Because, yeah, for those who don't know, Angelos is working on Pacific Drive, which is going to be my fucking obsession when it drops. Like, friends, we're streaming that the moment it goes live. I'm not even joking. But that's a tiny team, but it's a tiny team of incredibly experienced vets. So, I think that's entirely valid. And Ehrman, honestly, Larian's just a great example of a team slowly building on their strengths. Like, Baldur's Gate 3 wasn't built from scratch. Baldur's Gate 3 was built on top of Divinity Original Sin 2. They have the same assets, right? Like, this was a stepping stone project from that OG, like, Kickstarter upwards. Once they gave up on the Dragon Knight saga and switched to that like different format, they've just been stacking on top of it. It's gone really good. Oh, Stepgen, go get some good sleep, friend. But yeah, so there isn't really too much to add on the Insomniac hack. Other than we'll probably see a whole bunch of stuff come out of that studio. Wish we didn't. Now here's the next one. Now this isn't really boiled piss, and this isn't really like a happy chaser. But jumping back, Caffeine says, why reinvent the wheel? Caffeine, you're right. God, you're right. But you would be amazed how many teams... Like, and I'm not saying this just to make, like, Angelos and everybody else cringe or have every kind of, like, you know, Nam-style flashbacks, but the amount of times where you'll be in a meeting and someone will say something that essentially boils down to, why don't we reinvent the wheel? Like, why don't we take this thing that we've done really well, and instead of using it as a stepping stone, let's rebuild the whole fucking thing different because of reasons. Like, sometimes one of the hardest things in big studio development is when you have to sit and listen to people say dumb things loudly and not hit them with a chair. Nah, Edwin, I'm just like, you know, people will be like, why don't we gut one of our core features and rebuild it different from the ground up for this next one? You're like, but they're good. But it works. But we could build more stuff on top. Okay, cool. Yeah. And then people wonder why the follow-up is messed up and broken. Oh no! Eagle lives with the, why don't we do it exactly like this game I've been playing this weekend? What I will say, because I've seen that fucking happen. Oh, I got playing World of Tanks this weekend, and I really think we should... Brian Francis, over at Game Developer, did a wonderful feature on a webcomic called Dev Team Life. If you haven't seen this, you need this in your life, because Eagle Lives... Their whole bit on the creative lead or the studio head that plays like 2 games a year and then changes everything around those. Oh, it hurt me. It hurt me. In a previous studio, naming no names, basically all of the leadership team got weirdly fucking into World of Tanks for like 4 months or so. And like to the point where they were sitting in the office playing it late rather than going home to their families and pretending like they were doing overtime. Not pretending to the studio, but pretending to their families. And the amount of fucking nonsense from that game they tried to put in. Yeah, Angelos, it's so subtle, we'll never ever know. We'll never ever know. Yeah. So, again, Order of Talon, it seems so fucking obvious when you say it out loud. But yeah, FromSoft is a great example of a studio that's been just building on top of the things they did previously. Learning and iterating and learning and iterating. You know, that thing. And when it doesn't work, they don't try and fucking force it. Given to Rant, you're thinking of War Thunder, which I do believe reset the clock on that one, because I think that happened over the weekend. Although it wasn't technically classified information, but I believe somebody posted some like super duper in-depth military documents on the War Thunder forums again, so... Yep. Oh, okay. So, here's a weird one. And I don't know how I personally feel about this. Microsoft are considering, they haven't released, they haven't announced, but they have said they are looking into the potential of Microsoft Game Pass free with ads. And I am... Okay, conflicted is my user standpoint, right? As a player of video games, I am conflicted. Because free with ads is usually the precursor to a little bit of ads with everything. However, we're in a massive economic downturn right now for people. Ironically, games as an industry have been doing great and are still doing fucking great. You know, once again, the entirety of video games dwarfs the Hollywood cinema industry like a gigantic behemoth. But that's not the story. But the thing is, people aren't doing great. It sucks right now for the majority of individuals. And creating a methodology by which more people can play more games for less money, like more people have access to art. Yeah. And Dustin, let me find out.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Hey, here it is. What ho?
Ishkar Whoop. There it is. And that's fucking 3 months. God, screen by. I'm sorry, lovely to have you with us. Fucking brilliant. It is Dustin, it is Pizza Hotline Emotion Engine. That's the Windows 95 mix. Pizza Hotline Emotion Engine. Yeah, what a name. Play the fuck out of that if it's an indie game. Yeah, given to rant. We're back to 69. Nice. Alright, nobody breathe. We're at 69 and we're gonna stay here. Wink! Well, Ishkar, I'm glad I could be some banter support while you're doing school stuff. But no, I'm in a very, very strange place with a Games Pass with ads. Because for 1,000 years, companies have been trying to work out a way to advertise within games. No one's really worked out a good way of doing it. Like, nothing that's really stuck outside of the mobile games industry. And that's been a kind of a inconvenience into purchase. And Edwin, as it currently stands, all the devs I've talked to have said that Game Pass is a very good deal. I don't think that Games Pass is currently using playtime as a monetizational marker. Sorry, what I mean is, like, if your game gets played more, I don't believe playtime equates to what Microsoft give those studios. So far as I understand, it's either like at a lump sum, like, we are going to give you this great big bag of turnips, so you put your game on Game Pass. Or it's like, we will offer you X amount per month that your game is on Game Pass. So it does mean that there's no methodology for Game Pass becoming an open platform. So you'd have to go through Microsoft to get your game on there, because without like more of a clear monetization strategy, you can't just open up the gates. But we'll see how it goes. Now, DX-Man, it is bizarre, the idea of the strange Ouroboros, like, left hand paying right hand of the digital advertising space. It is utterly bizarre, and it is an environment just built on sand. as the Dreamer is saying, is like a lot of places that are ad revenue reliant are struggling so hard. You know, when the games media space moved from print to digital, you know, ads became the way of funding these setups. But that money is going down and down and down, and these operations, having completely pivoted through to clicks and adverts and the ilk, are now suffering. Plus, anyone with 2 cents has just gotten an ad blocker, or ad blocker, which is still free, which is wild. I guess they have their premium, but whatever. Like, ad revenue is an ever-shifting tide. And the thing is, like, once you reach a certain point where the ad revenue is not doing it, what do? You crank up the amount of ads? You know? I'm not going to name any names because I'm not here to shit on varying outlets, but there are quite a few media outlets I just don't go to anymore because they're going to vomit, like, autoplay video ads at me and stuff like that. Yes, to Dreamer, there are a large number of websites that are unusable because of ads. You know, there's a bunch of them that are very, very informative. I do not check them, except for on desktop where I can completely control the experience. If I try and check them on my phone, nah, I just want to snap it over my knee. And I need this phone. I cannot afford to replace it. But it's a complicated one, right? So far, Game Pass has been good to its studios and has been good to its teams. And interestingly, people who have put their games on Game Pass have actually seen an uptick in regular sales, which I did not expect. But again, Microsoft is a huge multi-billion-dollar company, and no billion-dollar company is your friend. And that is very, very important. Microsoft have destroyed beautiful things in the past through mismanagement, and they may yet again. Like, all it takes is a shift in focus. You know, I'm really happy that we're going to get a new Fable game. But Fable didn't die because Fable wasn't selling, right? They took the entirety of Lionhead, who specialized in making exceptional single-player games, pushed them into a asymmetrical live service, free-to-play 4v1 thing that didn't work, and just kept pushing and kept pushing. And then when it didn't materialize, they went, right, well, get fucked. You know? Fable the Journey wasn't a game that anybody wanted to make. But there we have it, because Microsoft decided Kinect was the future. So yeah. Alnus was saying there's a different experience. They can tolerate ads on like Crunchyroll and Netflix because this experience can support it. I mean, that's true.
Anybody that wants Dusk, DM me in the next 10 minutes, lol.
Aww. Penny Baruna, I mean, thank you for... You just put in 300 bits to tell the long ship that you are prepared to send them an excellent game. That's really fucking cool of you, thank you. And again, if you weren't in earlier, Dusk HD dropped, and for this month, all of the proceeds are going to the 2 devs that put it together. I think that's fucking cool. But yeah, so Fearless, Order of Talon, I very much agree. But that's why I said it's a complicated feeling, alright? Because currently Game Pass is a fucking great deal. I have it because I couldn't afford to buy Sea of Thieves out and out in the, you know, when we wanted to start playing it. And since then it's given me a fuck ton of games. Like, all in all, I think about how much it has cost me. If I had bought all the titles that I played at full price, I'm still quids in. So, like I said, it's a complicated feeling. At a time when we're all fucking broke, you know, Game Pass has been an absolute fucking money saver. That's why I keep saying, friends, like, I love it when you all get stuff through, like, the Humble Choice and things, or, sorry, Humble Bundle, Humble Choice. But I'd much rather your smart shop, or shop smart, I should say. Okay, so last but by no means least, W4 Games have been given $15 million to help scale Goddard. So I'm not entirely sure the interconnectivity between W4 Games and the Goddard engine and whatnot, but this will be primarily designed to build free tools and expand upon existing stuff or Godot, if you'd like to call it that, to help with porting the engine to console easier and stuff like that. Nothing really to add there. It's always a bit scary when you see engine gets lots of money, but like the more resources they have, and the more viable options that we get, like, fuck yeah. Well, and Edwin, that's all completely understandable, you know. Oh, okay. I think all the piss that needs boiling has had it. I'm just checking the hot sheets to make sure nothing else has popped off while we've been talking. No, my fucking luck. No, I think we are good. I'm sure you all saw that Grand Theft Auto 6 has broken all YouTube records. The trailer. No, I think we've gotten through all the stuff that needed to. So, Order of Talon, so far as I understand, there hasn't been anything else on the Bungie situation. Like, they've laid off a fuckload of people, and Sony are potentially... There is a chance that Sony could invoke a deal in their contract where Sony just gets complete control of the fucking setup. But we've talked about that extensively, so I don't think we need to go back over that one. Alright, so before we get into like cool, funky video games for the afternoon, like, so friends, what have you been up to? What have you been playing? Let's share some good in the world to offset this. Again, Lethal Company had an update over the weekend. Lethal Company is doing amazing, and it makes me so happy. Like, I know a lot of... there's so much good to take from it. Like, comedy over like ridiculous AI-generated voice budget. For those who don't know, it's pretty much a solo operation. And the person who made Lethal Company came from the Roblox development community. So not only have they succeeded, but they got out. No, I'm super happy for him. Order of Talon's been on Coral Island. Coral Island, is that the... Oh, okay. I was like, is that the card game that's been consuming everybody? But no, that's the Humble Games laid back, like, cutie patootie island title. It's a cute little farming sim. Numbers is replaying Final Fantasy VII Remake. Lovely. And Numbers, we will be doing our own play of that soon, because we need to have an in-depth talk about like remakes and rebuilds in the video game space, and I think that's the game to do it with as well. Naru's on Backpack Hero. Lovely. Yoshito's on RuneScape. Love to see it. Cold Ankles is doing Homeworld Deserts of Karak and a remastered. Lovely, lovely. Yeah, and Durry, that's... Again, I want to wait and see how this week plays out. But we'll probably be doing our run of that on Thursday. Slay the Princess. Like, it goes hard. And I wanted to give other people a chance to play through it, but I want to do it now. It's my turn. I've been patient. Talon's been dipping back into Grim Dawn. Lovely. I am shocked and surprised to see Final Fantasy XIV in there with some of you. Shocked and surprised. Oh no, Trist, yeah, the Big Walk looks absolutely gorgeous. We did a Game Awards snark along, and honestly, the amount of brilliant, like, cool indie stuff that was popping off in that space was so good. So good. Oh, Jimami, congratulations. Good luck on the job interview. Touch wood. Touch wood. God, we got Baby Steps to look forward to next year. I just remembered about that one. Is it? Yeah, no, Baby Steps is dropping next year. That's going to be feckin' brilliant. Baby Steps is the next game by Bennett Foddy. Well, okay, sorry, I shouldn't say that. It is a team making it, but it's going to be so good. It's so dumb, but it is very clearly saying something about, you know, the pit of lethargy we can find ourselves in. So Yeti, it is a game about learning to stand on your own 2 feet again. And it does seem like it's going to have that Bennett Foddy, that blend of poetic statement and rage game, for lack of a better term. Oh, Talon's been dipping back into Godot. Lovely. Biggs has a game dev question. Right. And I will say, Biggs, the Sea of Thieves nights with Nick is usually a really good time. If there's things I can't answer, like, Nick's technical knowledge is fucking exceptional, so. But yeah. How do you do a clench mechanic? I just think it would be a bar that constantly builds up pressure and the character moves to a location, but, like, pressing C or something like that would give you more time on the clock. I'll have a ponder if there are any good examples of that to take from. Weirdly, the thing that springs to mind is the rev handle from Devil May Cry 4. I don't know why that's what springs to mind, but if you didn't play it, the new protagonist, Nero, his sword also has a bike engine rev on it, which is fucking great. And during combos, you could rev the engine at the right times to get things going. Aw, well, Penny Peruna, again, happy birthday. Thank you. Have a fucking great night. Cheers to you. Okie dokie. Well, I don't think Nick streams, but Occult Game Dev is Nick's handle. Ultrasini was saying that the Red Queen's rev mechanic was ridiculous. Yeah, it was fun. But I guess that's the thing, is that, Biggs, do you want the user to feel the pressure of gripping onto something? Or do you want it to feel like they are reacting to things as they're happening? Cold Ankles, you're on your own for that one. That's way out of my wheel well. But good luck. Okay. So, friends, miscreants, legends. As we shift on over to the gameplay proportions, the gameplay portions even, not proportions, of this afternoon, we are going to be playing Jusant. If you haven't seen it, it is a gorgeous climbing game, and I think it's the kind of thing that we need today. Like, it's non-conflict based. It's more about, you know, planning your route and traversing increasingly bizarre environments. And that's what I'd like to jump into this evening. Well, this afternoon. Fuck, sorry. Being in a windowless room does wonders for your sense of time. But no, that's what I'd like to play with you all this evening. This afternoon. Fuck! Time travel! However, I am going to have to beg your forgiveness for a sec in a moment, friends, because I'm going to have to play Hunt the Cable. Because I cannot see where my controller cable is, and that's not good. Alright, Angela says it's evening there, so alright, that's cool. Talon, you're right. Those cables can be tricky, but let me get us to the title first, just in case we have to. But yeah, so friends, if there's anything that we haven't talked about today that you wanted to discuss, like, we've got a long climb ahead. We've got plenty of time to make it happen. Oh, is it Steam maintenance? Oh, it's fine. I don't need cloud saves for this. So Biggs was saying, alright, so it's like the player is trying to hold pressure on something without it blowing up. An external stress causes more build-up. After that, there can be a calm down phase. Okay. I tell you what, Biggs, I'll have a quick ponder on that one while I'm getting the cable and whatnot. But it does sound fascinating. And Chess, it's been lovely chatting with you. Have a lovely rest of your evening, friend. Ishkar, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. I keep drooling over the Gundam Barbatus. The Gundam Barbatus MGSD. Oh, I know what that is, but my eyes go squiggly there. There we go. Sorry, I figure I'll get everything set up and then go and try and find my ruddy controller. But no, Ishkar, I haven't had the chance to. Oh, I haven't had the chance to get building since I moved back in here, and I've definitely got the itch. You know, I've been showing people a lot of my work on my previous Gundam airbrushing stuff, and now I'm just like, oh, I really want to do more airbrushing stuff. And Biggs. Hey!
Return Flow just purchased Unparalleled Puzzle is encore for $10.
Oh, feckin' yo! Thank you. Thank you. That's really feckin' cool of you. Oh, that's cool. Sorry, I'm just looking at the accessibility modes, and if you want to, you can just have this be just like an indie walking sim, or climbing sim. Oh. Alright. So friends, I am just going to find the cable from a controller, and then let's fucking do this. Like, oh, I'm glad we all got to have a chat and a natter, and I'm glad we got through all the game's new stuff, you know. One thing that I've been kind of bragging about recently is just like, I do love that I get to have these wonderful conversations with you all. Like, we talked about propaganda on Saturday while playing RoboCop, and not only was it a really interesting discussion with some really fascinating ideas, but it didn't descend into a violent, fire-spitting hellspat. And I cannot think of any other place on the internet where I could have that conversation. So, yeah, I just wanted to tell you, I've been literally telling people that. I've been getting props on your behalf for that. Also, just before we get started proper, I'm mad at RoboCop. The game, not the person. I got hit with a Deus Ex style boss, and I could not beat it. I'm so fucking angry. I Alt F4'd. I won't tell you who it is, but basically, if you didn't see RoboCop Rogue City, it has like a pretty basic skill tree upgrade thing, right? I put all my points into deduction and psychology because I wanted to see more of the story elements. And this is fine. It gives you plenty of tools and things and ways to handle stuff. Except for when you get to this one boss, which the attack patterns are random, the shit it does is random, and if you haven't put points into like combat and damage and whatnot, it's just... and Dustin, I have not been able to have a conversation with Baron von Sheepington III about the continuation of Memnol, but Memnol will continue, alright? Like I've been saying, the problem is me. Actually, this whole fucking year, the problem has been me. So yeah. But that's a story for another time. Right, go grab yourself a cuppa, or a coffee, or whatever you feckin' need. We'll be back in a couple minutes and we'll get to climbing. So I'm really looking forward to this.
Vile fire spitting cheer. Just so we don't feel too left out.
Friends, I need you to know. I need you to know that I don't put on like a persona or a character when I'm streaming. Like, this isn't like some YouTubian flavored nonsense. Despite the fact that there is no one except for me and River in the flat, I spent the last 4 minutes singing "Take Me Home" sausage roll, because Fiona made sausage rolls yesterday, day before. Fucking time travel. And there's tasty sausage rolls. I'm not going to waste that. So I've just been tottering around the flat going, "Take me home, sausage roll, to a place." That was the wrong button. But no, Biggs, it's a very, very good concept. One of my favourite games of all time, and this isn't a bit, by the way, it's genuinely good, is a game called Don't Shit Your Pants. It is just been described as a text-based survival horror, and it's a short little comedy game, but it does a whole bunch of really clever things that are good. Yeah, no, farts are funny. And when done well, a good fart joke could unite humanity. To the head librarian, Watto and welcome. We've just finished our games industry banter, and we're about to start playing this. But I had to go find the cable for my controller, because we're still post-move.
Hi. It's me. I'm the problem, it's me.
And Numbers, thank you for the bitch, friend. That feels like some peak, like, big studio fuckery. And it's got, yes, I have seen the Leslie Nielsen interviews where he brings his fart box, and it is funny as all hell. Dustin, you get it. You fucking get it. Hang on, I'm gonna do it. My mouth's not full. Sausage rolls! Take me home to a taste for which I long, a flaky pastry with spicy fillings. Give me more, a sausage roll. Alright, we're all going to pretend I didn't just spit out a piece of sausage roll while singing that. Well, singing being a... singing being a loose term. Also, to help me drink less, I got some seltzer water whilst, because it was on sale for $3. And it's got a hint of lime! Alright, so let's just get started, but if we need to...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Jackie, why are you like this? Why are you like this? Because I'm going to forget that you did that. We're going to play this game. I'm going to do my stuff. I won't remember that until the end of stream. Hey!
Now Hoodie just purchased Whimsy and Wonder, a cozy games collection on core for $13.
Heckin' yo! Well, Naru, I'll have a look at what's in there in just a second. Because I actually hadn't checked the bundles today. You know what, Jackie, that's fair. Thank you, Lizzie. Maybe I can get like a Greg sponsorship from that. And Lagmeister. Your most viewed streamer. Do you mean moi? I'm doing real good. I mean, I've been raging at the games industry for like 2 hours, but I'm doing real good. Tiny Crab! Tiny Crab friend! Yeah, you keep going, Tiny Crab friend. You got this. Baby!
Now Hoodie just purchased Uplifting Adventures, a wholesome games bundle for $14.
Okay, as much as I immediately want to start singing Day Mark, Fighter of the Night Mark, a few of you have picked up this Humble Bundle, so I need to see what it's about. Because you've got good taste. Okie dokie. Sorry, bear with me just a second. Alright, so... let's have a look. So we're 3 up at the moment. Oh, wow. So... there's the Unparalleled Puzzlers bundle on Humble, which is Bubba Is You and Dorf Romantic for $10, plus The Last Campfire in Monument Valley, and Creeks, which I don't recognise. The Uplifting Adventures is... oh, okay. That's Verbena, Hospital 2, Bear and Breakfast, along with Tiny Kin for $20. It also contains Smoosh Come Home, Wildflowers, and Mail Time, which I haven't had a chance to play proper. Oh yeah, Angelos, absolutely. Like, that is an exceptional game to play on the run. And Whimsy and Wonder, let's have a look. So Whimsy and Wonder is Garden Story, Alba, A Short Hike, Assemble with Care, which we know personally are fucking brilliant. It also contains Lemon Cake, Witch Life Story, Here Comes Nico, and Cat Calf Manager. So yeah, that's fucking bangers across the board there. Fucking love to see it. Alright, I'm already digging the aesthetic of this whole game. Though I will say, boo on them for not letting us climb up the first initial. Like, if you give the user the challenge of go straight up, you've got to let him go straight up. But, okay. I'm not going to start critiquing this. And before you ask, yes, I did immediately start heading down. And it won't let me go any further. Alright. Oh yeah, no, Naru, and like... There is a... I try not to sound like a massive shill, but when the Humble Bundles are good, they are great. But also, just know that... Hey!
Return Flow just purchased Whimsy and Wonder, a cozy games collection on core for $13.
Fucking yo! Bird and Flow, thank you. Word, J-Post, see, that's where you keep my dumbass around. Oh, this is fascinating. Because if you can keep my dumbass around, you don't have to. You can let me do it. Well, that's fascinating. The icon displays the rope's main carabiner. When full, it means a rope is wound in. When empty, it means the rope is attached to a wall. Am I supposed to... Okay. Birds. Okay. Hold B to wind in the rope. Ah, there we go. So if we eat shit, the carabiner's like basically our save point. J-Post, yeah, you did survive the glass floor of the Space Needle, but that takes some doing. And even knowing it, like, I still get a bit of trepidation there. Right, okay. You know, Legend, at least so far, this is fascinating. And again, one of the things I do like is with the control scheme being very reliant on... Woo! With the control scheme being very reliant on holding and gripping, the accessibility controls for this are so welcome. Oh, you know, and Fun Flow, like, you go to the Tokyo Tower, then you've gotta climb it. Like, you've got to see the setup. I'm guessing that, because I haven't had the chance to watch it, that Floydo's talked about the procedural animation system in this, right? And Naru, yeah, that's the good thing about boiling piss, is that eventually it evaporates off. But joking aside, friends, like, there are a lot of things to get angry about when it comes to game industry nonsense and stuff like that. But it is also important to have those chasers to take more time to celebrate than get angry. One of the things that I need to talk to a few people about it, but one of the things that I'm trying to do is move further and further away from, especially Twitter and, like, social media platforms that are only rage engagement, because, I don't know, Once you start down the dark path, it's hard to come back. For all the snark and stuff we've leveled at the Game Awards, do you know what was... Yeah, Vernflow Enragement. Do you know what was lovely? It was seeing a bunch of industry friendos all going to an event to celebrate and to champion each other. The Game Awards is a facsimile designed to sell advertising space, but the thing about the games industry is it's not fake. When you see a bunch of game devs get together, they genuinely love each other's work. They genuinely like being there. And seeing everybody dressed up in their finery, having a great time. Like, I didn't get the FOMO, but I was so happy for them, you know? Like, Keighley didn't build that. That was always there. Hell, any good event where you can get a bunch of game devs together is always lovely. And to... I'm gonna go with Sean Stanton? Stanton? I'm sorry, I probably butchered that, but Watto and welcome. Yeah. Oh no, and sorry, it just... in the game news section in our little Discord, a lot of people tend to post things as they are posted on Twitter, and I need to... Oh. Secondary... Okay. So we've got 3 additional climbing hooks, right. But yeah, so... Hey!
Klein tilde. Every tilde. Manta ain't tilde. Just purchased Uplifting Adventures, a wholesome games bundle for $30 and 26 cents.
I wish the Welsh text-to-speech guy could do "Climb every mountain" properly, but I think he's having a bad time. And Damien, we don't publicly discuss the underground dev fight ring, but, you know... Sorry, I want to make a joke, Damien, but 1, it's brutal, and 2, it spoils the film Pig, which, if you haven't seen it, is one of Nick Cage's greatest works. You need to know nothing about that movie going in. Just watch it. And hookshot, Watto and welcome. Talon was saying, remember when they were in college and they went to GDC and it was one of the, on a student pass, one of the best experiences? Oh, it is. Now, I'm going to be insufferable next year because considering the sheer amount of layoffs we've had in the industry, I don't think GDC should be charging the prices that they are for like expo passes and stuff like that. There we go. So there's a question, how do we rest? Yeah. Oh no, everyone's first GDC is always magical, and I love that. Oh, okay. So resting in this is almost like a reload mechanic, but your maximum stamina decreases as you are climbing. So, like, in between breaks. Now, Ehrman, no, you're entirely correct. GDC should not be in San Francisco anymore, and this discussion happens yearly. Like... making progress. Again, I will say, my only critique of this game so far has been the fact that you don't start at the ground, that they skip some of the initial. I think that was a real missed opportunity. But some lights here, which does indicate that other people have been through this climb before. Sorry. But no, I'm going to become insufferable next year because I think that, as we have seen the most layoffs in the games industry in fucking ages, I think that the Expo passes should be free. Like, I understand the talks, I understand the ecosystem around GDC, that they charge for those, but, like, the Expo floor is going to contain a bunch of people who are recruiting, or who are doing, like, portfolio reviews, or possibly ramping up to hire. Like, I think charging people $200 for a ticket for the chance to potentially get work when they don't have it is bullshit and chips. Oh no, and Angelos, yeah, being in GDC is extremely expensive. Games done competently. Everyone was saying that as an ex.
What do you mean become insufferable?
Okay, more insufferable. But, no, Ehrman was saying as an ex-Bay resident, it's weird that San Francisco is the choice. I guess it's kind of like one of those, it is because it is. Like, San Francisco used to be a hub of game development. It's not quite what it used to be anymore. Just because San Francisco is so wildly expensive, like the indies have gone elsewhere. Hell, I'm not saying this to toot horns or anything, but like if independent development is your jam, like Seattle's the place you want to be at. Okay. And Seattle's not cheap, but comparable to San Francisco. But yeah, it's one of those things, friends, that every year the discussion about GDC should be somewhere else pops up, and every year it just kind of gets ignored. Honestly, like, until something drastic happens, I don't think the company behind GDC are going to really consider it. Where are we going? Are we going across? And the road can be attached to most surfaces by pressing X. Oh. Oh. I broke it! I broke it! Oh, I have super broken it. You know what? Working as intended. Yeah. So, you know, like, Nick was mentioning Dallas or Austin. It is actually something that, you know, I try not to get too heavy on the real world topics here because, like, we're all living through some fucking hellish times. But one thing that is genuinely affecting video games and the creative spaces is that Texas has become so hostile that there is a mass exodus. Yeah, no, Texas is very, very bad right now. And this is going to be massively affecting, you know, studios in places like Austin, Austin, Dallas, areas that in the past have been famously huge for game development. But one of the things I do want to say, like a big shout out, is to Games Done Quick, who moved their operations out of Florida when Florida became hostile. Andrew says it's weird they don't have a GDC West and East like they do PAX. I think it's because operations like Pocket Gamer and things like that kind of have the biz dev market sewn up for the rest of it. Oh, this is cute. So basically, because we got in the conch shell, we can hear the carving of things of old, and we can spend as much time with that as we want. I really like that. But yeah, no, it's wild to think that, like, you know, whole swaths of Texas have been incredibly influential to the gaming space, and are now damn near unlivable for anyone femme presenting in any way, shape, or form, you know? Yeah, no, nobody makes video games on the East Coast. Angelus, that's a very good point, thank you. And it's just... Oh, how's the sawmill? It's doing good. The thing I was thinking about yesterday when I was trying to plan the stream, because my brain wouldn't stay in any cohesive topic, was like, as a studio head, what do you fucking do? You know? By which I mean, like... Yes. Oh, I get it. We've got to really go for the old run. The old Worms Armageddon special! Almost. Sorry, bear with me a second. Alright, there we go. Yeah, who is this kid? Like, where did they train? Because they got that red acre... They got them red acre knees, you know? But, okay, so, like... I understand what you're saying, like, you know... What do you do as a studio head? You please the shareholders. But I was just thinking, like... In an empathic situation... Like, if you had a studio in somewhere like... Oh, excuse you. If you had a studio in somewhere like Texas, like, what do you do? I mean, switching to a work-from-home model and then encouraging people to move to safer areas, I think is about the only thing you could do. But that's not easy. And, like, you know, on the subject of shareholders, like, it would be so hard. It'd be so hard to get people to go for that. As in, to get a shareholding space to do that. The money people would not be okay. But... Sorry, it's this thing I keep pondering on is... despite the fact that as an industry we've known this the whole time, a lot of spaces seem to be forgetting that people make games. And I don't just mean the very, very successful YouTube series, which is entirely worth your time. Oh, we are going for the overhang here. Kid, you got them good arms. But no, video games don't exist as just mystical IPs, right? Like, they're not just a natural resource that is mined by, air quotes, unskilled workers. Yeah, that's how you double jump. You jump, and then you jump again. And it's something that does seem to be repeatedly and continuously overlooked. Naming no names, but actually no, you know what? Fuck it. It's news. It's known. I'm fucking pissed off with the Creative Assembly again. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to put the piss back on the boiler. It's just some friends that I've worked with in the past have been let go from the Creative Assembly. They are incredibly talented individuals, or incredibly good at what they do, on that core infrastructure that makes a game a game. And, I mean, Angelos, you and I are in the same chats. Like, it's the same people, plus a few others that I've now seen on LinkedIn and stuff like that. And I'm just fucking livid. But the thing being, like, it is the people that make the games, alright? A game director, say, a creative director, is a managerial role. You can have a vision, you can have an idea, but ultimately it is the people that do that. You can't just get rid of... It's not just getting rid of 10 programmers and then maybe rehiring a couple more. Like, the skill, the creativity, the knowledge base, all of that is part of what makes some of these great franchises, these great series work. And then you fucking let people go, and then there'll be a point where everyone, sorry. Fucking seagulls. Whee! There will come a point where these same, like, managerial individuals will be like, oh no, you know, even after all our cost-cutting nonsense, the company failed. It's like, no, the fuck it didn't. You just got rid of the people who actually made the game and assumed that just because you could just replace them with fucking... sorry, I'm grumpy. Yeah, Angelos, the reason why places like Remedy succeed is because they maintain their fucking people, the people that make the fucking video games. I resent... Yeah, sorry, I know I'm sounding like a grumpy crumb bum. It's just the kinds of people that the Creative Assembly have been letting go during fucking December as well, fucking dickholes, are people that have been instrumental in non-leadership roles to making great games what they are. Fucking... Whereas, the mediocrity of white men who progress upwards. Like, I know one individual who shall remain nameless, but one individual who was so fucking useless as to be like an elemental problem to be avoided. Like... Oh yeah. It's reminding me to place some... extra hooks in case I fall on my arms. But no, there's one individual, and he was, I mean, God, probably responsible for a gajillion people fucking leaving, but he's survived. They've kept him. So someone who is expensive, and someone who doesn't contribute to development, but has to be actively avoided by the teams. No, he's fine. He's fucking A-okay, but my friends actually fucking do useful shit. No, they can get... Alright. I've had my 10 minutes. I'm not really saying anything. We all know the reasons why people are getting cut down, and, like, we know the idiocracy behind it. And sometimes... all you can do is vent. But I'm just... fucking pissed off about it. Anyway. So this is interesting. So there seems to be like a little cavern to explore this way, or there's where we're supposed to be going, which is up that way. So I have a feeling the cavern in there is going to lead further up the mountain. So let's explore this first. Yeah. Well, and sorry, Nick was saying why what happened with Arcane Austin. A lot of folks with huge talent left to start their own studios. Yeah. No hate, but like BioWare has hemorrhaged all of their top talent over the last few years. And like everyone shat on Mass Effect Andromeda. But that was essentially a junior team on a new engine with less time. Oh, lovely! Well, J-Post, have a lovely time. And friends, if you haven't seen Tokyo Godfathers, it is a beautiful movie. And that's a real good Christmas movie. Nick was also adding that apparently an internal report from Blizzard determined that due to people leaving, due to a loss of talent being, creative individuals, it would be impossible for Blizzard to make World of Warcraft. And honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if that's what stalled out Overwatch 2. They had lots and lots of people in junior roles who had been part of the machine, but no one who could actually create something at that level of talent. Sorry. Just for those of you that haven't been in big studios, see, what happens is a bunch of people get together, they make a game. Game does well, everyone goes, yay! Then you hire on a bunch of people so that you can either make more of that game or you can make the sequel bigger. But the thing is, you don't hire the kinds of... Well, I just say, you don't put people in the same kind of roles as that original team. Like, the art team will hire a bunch new 3D artists. Those 3D artists will make assets in the style that the previous artist did. So eventually to kind of move the chain up so that they can create more stuff. Same with all of the other roles. But what happens is after time, those core people bleed off, and any of the new creative individuals that help contribute, they leave as well. And then all you're left with is people who only know the process. And so then you have a pipeline for creating assets, but you don't have the ability to create something brand new. This is cool. Okay, so for some of these we can use the rope like a grappling hook. Interesting. Yeah. Now, Naru, that's not to say that those individuals working those operations couldn't potentially create something, but by the time by the time a studio has reached that stage, the people that have solidified and have stayed are extremely reluctant to give up control. And yet, no hate, but Angelus is right that you do also get a squad of people that they're kind of, I don't want to say checked out, but they've reached a point where they're safe. Woo! Oh, okay. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, in an ideal world, these big, like, great big studios would be safe havens for people to work, you know? And Order of Talent, that is... I mean, the irony is that back in the day, it used to be, you work at a bunch of small studios so that you can have the chops to work at a place like Blizzard. Now it's like, you survive. You survive working at a place like Blizzard so that you can make your own game. Which is fucking wild to me. And yeah, Naru, I'm... Ooh! I fucked it there. I also do miss having a salary sometimes, and, you know, benefits like healthcare. But also, I fucking love doing this. You know what? I think I'm going to fuck this up, so I'm just going to put a pin in there and just take a little breather. Aha! Good work, child! This is cute. Ask Mo for help, but that's no use. The door won't budge. There's no way of knowing how the inner mechanisms work. Does that have anything to do with the Lost Ocean? I wonder. Yeah. Oh. However, again, shot chaser. Video games, at least from the perspective of people wanting them, is still doing great. And the one thing that we've seen that I really love is that the hunger people have for small experiences is super valid, right? Don't do it, kid. Like, something like this has a place, it has a space. What cracked me up is throughout my entire fucking career, old white guys have pointed to Hollywood and said, that's how games are going to be. They're going to be exactly like that. These big games, these big things. Little cutie! Ah! Look at his little face! Sorry. Look at his little face! It's like a little shaved guinea pig! Oh, baby! Blue friend blob! Blue friend, Blog and Frog! Love it. I have known this blog for about 30 seconds and I'm prepared to fight and die for this creature. And yes, legend, shaved guinea pigs look like tiny hippos. They're fucking cute. Little skinny pigs, as they're called. Hey, little friend! But no, I'm still a bit prickly about the subject of comparing the video games industry to the Hollywood film industry. But here's the thing, it's like, it is still so much more viable for small teams to make huge waves than it is for the same thing to happen in, you know, the film industry. Sorry, bear with me a second. Terribly sorry about this, friends. Okay, we're all... Alright. You know, Hookshot, the fact that Steam is like one of the big major players and is open to everyone is still awesome. Yes, it does grind my gears sometimes when I see Sex with Hitler as a game that can be acquired on the Steam marketplace, but... But look at this cutie patootie! Look at this little... Hang on, sorry, where's my controller? There we go. Look at this little blood friend! You know? So many people looked at the gigantic blockbuster operations of the late 80s to 90s and was like, that is where video games will go. And for a long time, I kept hearing from all these, you know, old white blokes that how that, you know, the AAA was what it was all going to be about. Always going somewhere. Okay! Your companion's echo reacts to elements around you. Little friend! Fuck, this game is good. Come on. There we go. Oh, little friend! Alright, all other video games don't matter right now. The D-pad is just play with your best little friend! It does little like whale song. That's so cute.
Reactor online. Sensors
Hey!
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Spoiler, all the songs in Alan Wake 2 are bangers. Also, this game is lovely.
Oh, be adorant, no doubt. But, no, I spent a larger portion of time last night trying to get Alan Wake 2 to play nice, and it didn't want to play nice. It's so fucking cute!
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, our 4 reptilian heroes,
Hey!
have overcome the Arc Villain Shredder.
Alright, back in your bag. Hookshot, that's really kind of you, thank you. You gifted a sub to Jetman J, and Jay brings a whole bunch of raids over here, so that's fucking cool. But yeah, I think anybody who's been in the industry is about my age has probably had to put up with mediocre white guys telling us about how, you know, that's how the film industry does it, so that's what's going to happen with us. And it turned out, actually, it turned out that wasn't what was going to happen. That video games were going to have their own special kind of weirdness. And that makes me very happy. I don't know. Well, Beodora, I mean, the VODs will be there. The VODs will be there. Oh yeah, no, Order of Talent. I absolutely agree. And Angelos is right. The film industry does have more unions than we do. But Viking wee! Da 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 da! Cutie blob! Da 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 da! He's adorable! By using that, you can piano see the next objectives. Oh, okay. I guess we can help some of these flowers grow? Aha! But I kind of want to explore inside the temple first. Actually, see, Phyllis, I don't disagree, but I definitely want to have a proper chat with the, what is it, the Code Workers Association, or what have you. The people that are always advocating for unions at GDC. I keep wondering if I could utilize my... sure is a lot of words. Too bad I'm not gonna read them! Game Workers United. Thank you, Nick. I don't know if there's a way that I can lend my voice and my ha to help them, but I will. I don't... Hookshot, it's not a coal. It's not a coal. Like, you'll make more games than I do. I'm the hanger-on. I don't think that kid's arm's gonna be okay. Don't even worry about it. Hooked shot. Never made of a game in my life. A likely story. When it's not high intensity, our little friend... Okay, our little friend needs a name. I kind of want to call him Blobbert, but I think we can do better. Aww, when we did the little jump he hid. Fuck, that's cute. So, I doubt Atticus would let me. I wonder if Cleona would, if I could make a little pouch for Cleona while we're climbing. That'd be cute. God. Apparently, friends, over here, we can't catch a break. Fiona's had... Well, I guess it's bad news for us both. Fiona's car might be buggered. Oh, goody. Oh, goody. Can't make this shit up. It sounds like someone tried to crack the lock, failed, but fucked the keyhole. Brilliant, brilliant. All right. All right, so we're not close enough to that. So this is the point, I guess, where it's showing us that we can... use our little friend's abilities. Alright. So what we need to do here... Yeah, your companion's echo triggers elements. So we go up, we put this on, then we let it go. We trundle on over. Oh, I love this game. Oh. Sick. Just need a little kick. There we go. And, like, Fearless and everybody, like, fucking thank you. Again... I know what it's like having friends who have shitey luck, and I try not to make it all about everything that goes wrong all the time. Because, you know, my job is to be here and to... try and be company and conversation throughout the day. This little fucking guy! This little guy! Sorry. And I have so many feelings right now. Blorbo Adorbo. I like that. Sorry, what were some of the other... Do we have any other little blue Yoda? That's not bad. Blobber is still my my vote, but I know we can do better. He's so cute! It seems to have some kind of cute mystical power, but... There's something about this that feels so very archaeological. Like, our character doesn't seem stressed or perturbed, and the cute little blob is definitely helping. Reginald's not bad. Tiny Totoro. Ozka? Ozka? Sir Azure, the blobbiest of blobs. I like that. Although, I'm not comfortable with blobbiest, because that feels like it could summon one of the dark eldritch beings of the United Kingdom. If only he could make us understand. Blobby, blobby, blobby. The blob is the architect. I mean, if that turns out to be the case, it's wonderful, but... I mean, again, I love talking about economy of art, and this is a... Like, this whole game is doing so much with just its animation and its environmental storytelling, and it's one of those things that everybody always talks about. Oh! That's fucking cool. Like, everybody talks about wanting to do environmental storytelling and wanting to do more with art, but then ends up brute forcing it. Like, I can't... Everything blurs into each other, but, like, Angelos, I think... We were either talking about this on stream or off stream, I fucking forget, but... about how everybody says they want, like, a really fresh, fucking cool art style. that they all want to emulate like these wild styles, and then you actually give it to them, and they're like, no, no, no. I know we said we wanted this, but actually what we want is bland and boring. Okay, Duke Jellington is very good. So, Order of Talent says, I think part of the theme of this game is that you're climbing up the ruins of a civilization. Yes. Well, it seems to be talking about this lost sea. And what's kind of fascinating is that all of the flora and fauna is very evocative of coral. Jella Fitzgerald. Cavity. Orzine is less than 45 away from 400k lead points. Bleed Nora. Yeah, no, Angelos, they get too scared that people won't like it if it's not vanilla enough. And then they wonder why their game doesn't stand out in a crowd. Holy Bus Driver. Holy Bus Crusader saying is a question. If we somehow return the ocean, the sea, how would that mess up the ecosystem? Well, the crabs would be fine. Isn't that right, crab buddy? Yeah, well. See? Crabs would have a great time. Vidora says they're curious about where this magic comes from. I mean, that's true, and what bioluminescent effect is our little cutie patootie having on this? Angelos, that's fucking great. Like, I feel that I should have that written down or something. So Angelos was saying that one of the best bits of advice for the kind of thing that they got from working with someone named King, and it was this: you don't want to aim for minimum viable product, you want to aim for minimum lovable product. Fuck, that's good. Like, what's the minimum game that you could love? Be it like through adorableness, characterization, or what have you. So cute. Oh, sorry, Angelo said someone who worked at King. Hey, I mean, that's entirely valid. You know. Sometimes even shitey places can provide us with great knowledge. You know, we've talked a lot about the old, you gotta make a fart hotel to make a Five Nights at Freddy's, and what's his face isn't a piece of shit, so. This thing looks bulbous. Oh, that's cute. I mean, Theodora, yes, they are good at making an addictive game, but yeah, thinking about like minimum lovable product rather than minimum viable product. It's a great way of thinking about it. And I would definitely say that with a few code-led projects, they definitely could have stood to think about it like that. Thinking about putting out something that people could love rather than something that functioned correctly. Nick, I mean, you would think that wouldn't be advice necessary, but Nick was just saying that the advice that a lot of indies need to hear is that you want to make something that will be loved by a few people, not try and make something that will be liked by everyone. Angelos was also saying, like, thinking will this stream well? I say this as someone who streams for a living. Great games don't always stream well. And I don't think that it's necessarily the main... It should be the main creative focus. Yeah, this kid went to the fucking Red Acre School of fucking Climbing. A child with enough upper body strength to scare the world. And yeah, it's much better to be adored by a few than med by everyone, because you might not get another shot if it's an indie. But yeah, so like Angelos, if you have one of those like really good like mimetic games, you know, streamers and content creators can be such a great way to find the fun that you might otherwise miss. And I don't know if this is a controversial thing to say, but at least in my humble opinion, I think that with Darkest Dungeon 2, I think it feels like they went for a more accessible... a game more accessible for streamers kind of title. Oh, it's just teaching us that we can double jump up here. Okay. That can end up being detrimental. Sorry. What was I trying to say? Oh, the Darkest Dungeon 2 feels like it is trying to be more visibly accessible. And I really feel that it loses a lot of the charm. But I guess that's another discussion. We haven't streamed Darkest Dungeon 2 yet. Now, Edwin says that, as unfair as it may sound, minimum viable product is the way they felt when playing Ghostwire Tokyo recently, which had a compelling gameplay loop, but after 10 hours I realised I just didn't care about anything in the world. Yeah, that one really did feel like it needed like another year in the oven, and they just weren't going to get it. But no, Angelos, like, thank you for sharing that with us, because it's definitely something I'm going to use in terms of advice, like, minimum lovable product rather than minimum viable product. Because, like, I don't fucking consult for gigantic AAA monstrosities, you know? The only reason a AAA company would ever hire me is to tell them what they want to hear. You know what I'm saying? Entirely sure where it wants us to go, but I guess this makes for a good time to have a little banter. Because the thing is that Edwin, Ghostwire Tokyo had such a visibly... Oh, sorry. Wrong button. I wanted to do that. Oh, actually, and while we're taking a little breather, if I didn't show you, so the other buttons on the pad, you could give him a little hug and a little hippity hop. It's so fucking cute! Or, just, hang on, how did I give him scritches earlier? Yeah. Little cutie. Sorry, jumping back. Ghostwire Tokyo felt like it had the intent to be something really different, really special, and when it got scaled back, it lost some of that heart. Like, the idea of fighting, like, ghosts and yokai in, like, an FPS, in Tokyo, in, like, an FPS style, like, semi-open world, like, sign me up. Wraith just saw the sausage roll clips. In my defense, I was singing that song off stream, and then Dustin gave me lyrics, so I'm not made of stone. I'm not made of stone. Alright, well, Beodora, albeit briefly, it's lovely to see you. Have yourself a wonderful rest of your day, alright? Go get a good sleep. One of us has to. Heavy duty black bin bags. They're on offer till December. Go and get your black bin bags. No long and black and slender. And yeah, so Edwin, I think it's a good one to bring up because, at least from what I experienced of Ghostwire, was that it had a great visual language, a great style to it, but that style was never given a chance to breathe, to progress, you know? So yeah, Ghostwire is... I don't think it's unfair to call Ghostwire like an MVP, minimum viable product. And it's no team starts out trying to make something like that. Hey, you're supposed to... You're my little guide. You're supposed to show me where to go. Little friend, I am extremely lost. That's where I need to head next, but bloody how? What a scenario! Yokai are simultaneously incredibly goofy and incredibly horrific. Like, there's a gajillion different manga looking at yokai from different... yokai's, I guess, a catch-all for, like, ghosts and creatures of Japanese mythology. And much like a lot of different other kinds of mythology, the creatures have changed and morphed over the years to mean different things. An industry friend of mine did a talk once about the kappa, like the little mischievous part turtle, part imp. And they have morphed and changed from being really horrific to kind of silly little guys. They're just whimsical. They're just kappa. Kappa did it. Kappa used to be these horrific creatures that would pull you into lakes and ponds in the mountains, drown you, and then steal your soul by shoving their hand up your arse and pulling your soul out. And they kind of morphed into something a little bit more quaint, like the whole water dish on their head thing. And that was a later addition. Oh yeah, no. Legend, exactly the same kind of thing, like the transmogrification of like goblins in I don't want to say German mythology, but you know what I mean. Right, little cutie says we've got to go that way. Alright. Oh, bloody hell. Sorry, that was me being a dingus. There's the next spot. Alright, let's go. Yeah, no, Legend, you're right. It's more Germanic, yeah. But yeah, sorry, the reason I was just chatting about this is, like, Ghostwire Tokyo had so much to work with creatively, and ultimately I think if they'd been given more time, in a strange way I almost feel like their success was their curse. Because yeah, for those of you who didn't encounter it, like we were, as the world, we were introduced to the wonderful Izumi thanks to Ghostwire Tokyo. Alright, Dingleberry, where do you want us to go? Out onto the side? When I was younger, I used to do free climbing. And one of the fascinating things about climbing is this. It's like the puzzle of it. I always find it fascinating. Ikumi Nakamura, thank you, Fearless. But yeah, that's how we got introduced to Ikumi. And I thought it was very telling that Ikumi left before Ghostwire shipped. And because of both, like, Akumi's adorableness and enthusiasm, that got a lot of attention to a project that, I don't know. My little friend's being so fucking cute. I wouldn't say it didn't deserve it. Definitely deserved it. Oh, Fearless says they had a climbing wall at Bungie, but the contractors weren't allowed to use it. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that whole, like, two-cast system. That feels real Microsoft-y. Right, so I don't think we have a way to get up there, so what are we gonna do? Where should we go, little friend? Okay. Little friend says, just keep going up. Alright. Oh. But yeah, I just... sorry, the reason why I keep bringing this all up and coming back around to it is that the success of, like, Ghostwire's coverage and the fact that it was, you know, supposed to be a mainstream title, like, I guess they were trying to bat... They were trying to bat above their weight, and that resulted in them having to, I guess... I don't want to say neuter, but they definitely had to sanitize a lot of their ideas. Yeah, and Fearless, I'm sorry about that, friend. A hookshot, this game is gorgeous. And it's more like a visual puzzle game. So there's a hook there, and I wonder if I'm supposed to use these to... This is not going where I'm at. Okay. So, friendos, I need to beg your forgiveness for a second, because I need to go take... I need some painkillers, friends. However, that does mean that I can leave you with this little cutie for a second. Because my head is thumping. But I do want to keep going with this one, and the conversation is fucking brilliant, so I obviously want to keep going with that. Yeah, Blobbert meditating. But yeah, just on the end of, like, Ghostwire Tokyo, it's just... because of the striking visual style when it comes to things like yokai and the ilk, like, what a great place as a jumping off point for a game. And if that game then ends up being super mediocre, it's like, I mean, okay, sure, I don't hate it, but, like, you had the possibility to really do something. And, you know, looping this back around, you know, when a team is put in a situation where their main focus is minimum viable product, that's gonna happen. And minimum viable product for, like, a, you know, a PlayStation 4 game is very different than a minimum viable product for a Steam game. So yeah. Interestingly, there is a indie dev out here in Seattle who is making a Pokemon Snap yokai hunting game. It's very kind of like, it's grungy, it's interesting, it's real, like real punk style, very much up our alley, kind of like yokai photography game, with a little hint of that like SCP style to it. And I'm really looking forward to showing you that once it's ready, you know? Yeah, Edwin, that's a good point. Like, no one's running around being like, oh man, I can't wait for Tokyo Ghostwire 2. And it's like, yeah, because it was just kind of there. So yeah, I guess what I'm trying to do is really just like etch what Angelo said earlier into my brain, like minimum lovable product, not minimum viable product. Because Ghostwire could have stood to be a little bit smaller, a little bit jankier, a little bit scrappier. Oh god, and don't get me started on the Blando Calrissian game I cannot remember. The Immortals of Arceum, or whatever the fuck it was called. God. Like, that game was so safe, you could have it after a stomach bug and not have to worry. That was the Pedialyte and Saltine crackers of video games. Immortals of Avium, that's it. Well, actually, so Naru, Rainworld is a good example of minimum lovable product. Because, like, even at launch, when it was a little bit jankier and it was a lot more brutal, it still had that lovable heart to it. The juxtaposition of being a cutie patootie slug cat, but also experiencing the world as you're kind of like little to bottom of the food chain. Yeah, Nick, Immortals of Blandium. It's like, this thing, I couldn't tell you anything about it. I'm fucking tempted to stream it one of these days and just rip into it. But minimum lovable product. Friendship is magic. Frickin' you. Alright. Yeah, okay. Lizzie, I will go get the painkiller. And I will have little friendo just hang out with us. Because otherwise he doesn't do his little singing. Which sings like, just so happy to be here! Alright, I'm gonna get drugs. And then let's continue. Because it's obvious I can't think clearly through to where we need to go next, which is why I'm getting confused. Okay, I'll be back in a second, friends. I said thank you all for waiting. There we go. Lyris, Watto, and welcome. You know what, Lyris? Rather than like brutalizing the pronunciation of this game, I'll just give you the Steam link to it. And guess who remembered that he's still got dark chocolate peanut butter cups? Fucking love Trader Joe's. There we go. So Lyris, this is the miscreant in question. Alrighty. And away we go. Trying to work out how to jank this. And Lizzie, I did some social postings. Like, the piss doth overflow with boiling earlier on today, so it was hard to be on social media and not want to just start fights. You know? Okay, though I really don't know where we're supposed to be going from here, though. Like, I guess we're following this around? But then this is a game about exploration, like... Alright, I think I've got an idea. Haha! Here we go! Good at maths! Ha-ha! All I need to do was just get some chocolate in my system and have a little think. Jobs. Good. Yeah, sometimes, friends, you just got to ascend as ghoul. Yeah! And in this village, we ask the important question, who lives in a pineapple under a pineapple? Cold Ankles, we have. I streamed Grow Up. Wait, I streamed the first one, not the second one. I kind of wish EA was still doing more of its little, like, creative stuff. But that would involve them actually loving games. Okay, that looks important. Little friend knows where to go. Oh, that's cute. We can use a little retraction device to zip on up. Might. Little seagulls just all fucking hanging out. But yeah, I thought that... I forget what it was called. It was, the program was called, like, EA Originals or something. Something along those lines. Oh, I nearly killed us all there. Sorry about that, friends. I nearly sent us to a very, very quick plummeting death. One of the things I do hope people take from the success of a lot of indie games the last couple of years is how there really is a market out there for the strange and the weird and the different, and that the surest way to fail is to produce something that is so blandly forgettable. You know? Immortals of Avium is a lesson that I hope is taught in schools. Users don't want just the same. Okay. Sorry, alright. In a biz dev standpoint, like, if we put the creativity to one side, users don't want more of the same if they have the good shit at home. Alright? That is to say, Users don't want more Destiny. God, that is weird. I don't seem to be able to grab that. Yeah, Legend, if I wanted more Destiny, I'd play Destiny, because Destiny is still ongoing. Users sometimes want more of the same when they can't have it anymore. Right? There we go. So, for example, if there's a specific kind of FPS or tactical experience or things like that, that there isn't anything that users can experience more of, then they'll want it. You know? There have been quite a few games in the Vampire Survivors-esque space that have done very well. But that's because there is only so much Vampire Survivors one can play. You know? Back when we had the Doom clone explosion, it's because, you know, people played through Doom and they were like, wow, I sure have done this. What's next? So from a business standpoint, there can be some value into... There can be some value into stepping into a space that has a lot of hunger and a lack of product. Yo, Fern! Yeah, shout out to the farming sim fatigue. Don't get me wrong, I love my cozy games. I'm all for like having a little farm and putting it together, but there's only so many farms that you can make. Because eventually, the concept of starting again becomes so daunting for users. Yeah, well, Fern, I'll be wishing you a gajillion sales. Also, look at this little friend. Look at his little face. Look at his little face! It's so fucking cute! Yeah, it was. So, Angelos, that's something different, but definitely worth discussing, that when an underserviced genre... genre might be a strong word, but... So, Angelos was using the example of Pokemon Snap, wanting more Pokemon Snap, and it's then getting a bunch of titles all at once. There we go. Sorry. Angelos' example was Pokemon Snap and how there was a bunch of things that came along that did the exact same thing and they didn't quite take. But then you had things like Umurangi Generation and Pico Park and things like that that took an idea and evolved it. You know, Stardew Valley did a lot more than just give us a Harvest Moon on PC. And it is worth saying that, because when it comes to those kinds of titles, you're not doing battle with the original. You're doing battle with the idea of the original, right? It's kind of like when you make a game based on nostalgia, you're not actually recreating the original title. You're recreating how it made people feel. That's what you're going up against. So yeah. So Fern, how are you doing? How goes it? Now I'm trying to remember which was the last title you messaged me about. I don't know if you saw, Wolf Stride is getting... well, okay, it's not a sequel. But it is another game set in the same universe. And as someone who beasted Wolf Stride, I'm exceedingly excited for this. Once again, crocheting at 2 AM. I mean, Fern, if you don't mind me asking, whereabouts are you based in the world? Because, stealing you for Sea of Thieves might be a challenge. But what I was going to say, Fern, is I'm going to start doing like a weekend review coffee show on Thursdays. At more, well, at least for those of you in European time zones, a little bit more... a bit more helpful. Yeah, the week in review. It's guinea pig sponsored. Oh, sorry, bit of a stretch. Because Fern, we've been talking about a whole bunch of stuff today, and like from the death of E3 to my vermont hatred of AI generated. Well, sorry, generative AI voices. I kind of laid into the finals a little bit. There was some definite piss boiling over here, but there's also been some other like really interesting discussions. Like the one that I'm not sure how I feel about is Microsoft potentially introducing a free version of Games Pass that's supported by ads, and I really don't know how I feel about it. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. Well, Solaris, they haven't said how the ads would be delivered. It's just something that they're considering, right? So they haven't said like you'll be watching ads while you're playing, or if you'll have like ad breaks or what have you. All they've said so far is it's just something they're considering. Hey! Park Programs, how you fucking doing? Sorry I haven't had a chance to respond. Park Programs, do you mind if I talk about the pineapples thing? Because these are the people that would know. I didn't want to mention it to the Longship without your permission. And Fern, like, you're right. It is like streaming services having cheaper options that are ad supported, and furthering, they don't think Game Pass should be free. It's already fairly priced as well. That is true. So Eric, Park Programs, are you back now? And okay, right. This is a complete tangent. Friends, how many of you were there for the Okinawa Pineapple Museum Day on the Black Watchman? For those of you that weren't, we've been playing through the Black Watchman, which, by the way, got an update, and we can now continue playing that and the DLC, because they fixed all the broken links. Whilst we were playing the Black Watchman, we were researching, was it like water... Sorry, it's like ground toxicity levels in Okinawa. Because we were trying to find the not Illuminati, because we're the Illuminati, not them. You know, standard stuff for a Saturday. And I was doing some Google searching, the, again, main thing of the Black Watchman. I did some Google searching around Okinawa, and I found out about the Okinawa Pineapple Museum, which is pineapples and dinosaurs There's a little pineapple train. There's a little pineapple car. There's fucking animatronic dinosaurs and shit. Like, it's fucking brilliant. And we kind of got a little obsessed with this. We watched a lot. Friends, Park Programs is the first... I'm claiming you as a Longshipian. The first Longshipian to actually visit that very same Pineapple Museum. Like, I don't know how much is for showing, but yeah, there are animatronic dinosaurs, there is all sorts of fucking brilliance. I love it. I am so happy for you, mate. So happy. Like, I'm jelly, but... oh yeah, sorry, it's called Nago Pineapple Park, specifically. And there are a shitload of dinosaurs. And there's like tiny pineapple village and shit like that. Oh, I can show everything. Alright. Alright, so we're just going to take a little break from the cutie patooties. Oh, hang on. There we go. And then bring this over here. Yeah, everyone loves dinosaurs. Because dinosaurs are fucking cool. Alright, main screen online. There we go. Oh, also, Eric, Transformers X Pui Pui Molcar. So, earlier in the week, I just got sent this. Nago Pineapple Park, adult. And I'm just like, yes! But I didn't have the chance to respond. So, we've got Pineapple Tour, Pineapple Bus with Pineapple Friends, Dinosaur Adventure Tour, Pineapple Park Super Bus. And then, I don't know if I got audio for this one, but... Of course, the Pineapple Children singing the Pineapple Song. Yeah, Naru, it's real! And Park Programs has been there. Yes! A fucking metal cover of this. Angelos, that's not very pineapple of you. Oh yeah, Fern. As a streaming game, The Black Watchman is amazing. Because it's like a group ARG. But yeah. The Nago Pineapple Park and Dinosaur Adventure Tour. And it's so good. So here's the pineapple truck. Doing its little pineapple rounds. Oh, sorry, I'll just move this over here. Yeah, sorry for the multi-track drifted potato. And again, Nago Pineapple Park is not part of the Black Watchman. We just found it whilst we were researching. And it was amazing. Oh yeah. Fern, I've always loved the idea of doing an ARG as a community manager, but there's so much work. So the people that make the Black Watchman, who also made Night Team 4, one of my favourite, is Alison Smith, and they're the people that everybody hires if you want to do like a professional ARG. And this is what led us to Pineapple Park. Alright, so also animatronic dinosaurs doing cool dinosaur shit. Please don't touch them. Look at this little guy. This is the guy that murdered Dennis Nedry. It's a famous dinosaur. And just in case you need your photo taken by a velociraptor, we got you. I'm just, Eric, thank you. Thank you for bringing us this. Thank you for letting me share this with. Like, because I thought it was a fever dream when we came across it. I was like, there's no way this can be real. But no, it's legit. It's legit. Yeah, and sorry for the multi-track drifty potato conversation. But yeah, Fern, even though the Black Watchman's live stuff isn't available anymore, for those of you that haven't heard of the Black Watchman, it used to have a feature where if you got good enough at it, pending a psych eval, you would be brought to like a secret location for like live events. Like it would switch from being like, you know, ARG wrapper of a video game to like a live LARP type thing. Hookshot says, how much would it cost to just pay someone to make 2 TikToks a week for us? This is exhausting. I guess depends on the quality. Fern, does your lot do TikToks for people? I don't know what the going rate of TikTok videos is. I have made TikTok videos, but I make them for fun for myself. TikTok's my happy place. I mute and block people that just inconvenience or annoy me. I just enjoy it. Oh, sorry. So, Digi introduction. So, friends, Fern is one of my... You know what? I say this with no irony, and I'm not trying to suck up to yours. You're one of my favorite PR people, because you always send me the good, weird, interesting indie shit. Yeah, I forget which team Fern is with, because I'm a terrible friend. But I would definitely recommend your team, just from the content and emails that I get. So, and Fern, so Hookshot is an independent developer that I've been lucky enough to do some sponsored stuff with and a little bit of consultation stuff with. And they make heckin' cute games. Their next title is The Sacred Acorn, where you play an adorable as hell squirrel in kind of it feels like a heyday Game Boy Advanced Soulsian type thing. Yeah, Hookshot. Remember the Fern, not the agency. Oh, see, caffeine's already on the quick draw. It's heckin' cute. I got a little, Hookshot gave me a little t-shirt of the main character having a snooze. It just says, bedtime. Yeah. I always feel like it's one of those things that it's always hard to find good PR agencies because the great ones don't really put themselves super duper out there. The ones that you think of are usually the publisher teams like that have very, very iconic styles of marketing. And it's one of those things you don't really notice until it's bad. Like, I lost like an hour of my life yesterday trying to find out about this French developer who sent me the most patronizing press email I've ever gotten. I mean, okay, I know I'm a content creator, not press, but... And... It was one of those ones where they're trying to get you to go really hard on, like, an early access demo. And... Anyway, I could not find out who this guy was and if he was advertising his stuff himself. It was this kind of like Yu-Gi-Oh-ish grid-based battler or something like that. The weird thing though was I tried looking up this dev to see what else he had done. I couldn't find out anything about him. Except for there was a Frenchman that looked extremely like that dev who had published a book about being like the alpha of alpha males. Like one of those like really grotty men's rights style books. And the thing was, the author looked like the game dev, but photoshopped. Like he'd had his chin like squared off on purpose in Photoshop, and I'm like, what? Now, I cannot prove that those are the same person, alright? And I had already lost half an hour of my day researching this when I needed to do other more important shit. But... Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, Fern was saying that H-Bomber guy of 7 years ago has thrived off of this. Oh, yeah. Now he obliterates people. Do 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 do. There we go. Fern says one of their favourite video game alpha male references in Cloudpunk. Oh, Cloudpunk is so good. I'd love to spend more time with Cloudpunk. An excuse to go back to that game. But, oh, what's the detective game? Shadows of something. That's probably the next one that's going to consume me. Okay, well, Angel Kalina, be well, be safe, and to be continued. Oh, yeah, thank you, Nick. Shadow of Doubt. Sorry, friends, I don't know why my brain is just fucking jello today. I have... I've been having a little bit of trouble sleeping, so it's probably that. Oh yes, Head Librarian. I was just talking about how Shadows of Doubt is likely to be my my next big cyberpunkian kind of nonsense. Oh, way cool. Personally, I've been waiting until Shadows of Doubt is content complete before getting stuck into it because, I mean, it's a procedural detective / immersive sim type game. Like, that's catnip for me. And yes, before any of you say it, I know the fact that I'm using the term immersive sim after raging against it is hilarious. I accept it. I refuse to refer to immersive sims as a genre, but as a descriptor, you know what I mean, I know what I mean. It's annoyingly perfect. I'm not saying that out loud, Nick. I'm not saying that out loud, and you can't make me. You absolute criminal. I will have you sent to the Shadow Realm. Do not think. I know Mr. Video Games. I'm not good at climbing. There we go. Alrighty. Friends, will you bear with me just a second? I completely forgot to get more water. So I'll be 2 seconds. 2 seconds, promise. Okie dokie.
We can't make you say it, but we can make the Welshman. Immersusissimasi. And yes, I waited for you to get back.
Fuck you. You could have done that any time, but no. Can't believe you've done this. And I have to say thank you, because that is literally $2 to keeping our little household afloat. But also, thank you. Alright. Yeah, no, and Legend, you can take Nick with you while you're on the way. Shadow Realm, both of you. Oh. Pretty. Little friend. Little friend. Chapter 3, Solstice. Oh, actually, just before we continue, I realised that we've done the thing where we mention our friend's game. So if we go over into the section, our friend's games. That, friends, that's literally what the Our Friends section is in Discord. It's just every time we mention it, that way if you want to like wishlist it or, you know, give it a boost or what have you, then heck, that's what it's there for. Grumble, 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 grumble. Grumble, 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 grumble. Sorry, I was just... one of the things that we were talking about earlier, the Wizards of the Coast layoffs, during the discussion of it, the article in question talked about how apparently it was going to... Well, they said that it was going to be happening over the next 6 months, but apparently a shitload of people have had their last day today. Grumpy, grumpy. So yeah, let's go back to talking about Player 2 and Mooncat. Games PR is a very, very... Oh. Apparently it can show us collectibles. Games PR is a very challenging field, and it can certainly be a very, very difficult one. So I always find it fascinating to talk about, because if you've got the money to work with an agency, it's great, but finding the right agency is easier said than done. Some agencies do incredible work if you're the right kind of client, or if you have the right kind of budget, you know. The team that do a lot of stuff with GDC and things like that, 47 are great if you can afford, like, their full attention. For anything else, they're just kind of there. Well, Dice, you know what? A little bit of silver lining isn't a bad thing. I'm not giving Hasbro a pass, but... Oh. This kid's got them good strong knees. Let the climbing begin. Oh, okay. Stamina drops more quickly when the sun's out. So we've got to be a lot more mindful. Yeah. Oh, little cutie. Ah, roots in the sun will disappear after a certain amount of time. Alright, well, this is going to become challenging. But I did want to touch on what like Fern and Hookshot were saying. Like, right now it is very hard to market your own game. Like, since all the bullshit around Twitter has kind of killed one of the main tools of indie devs. So getting coverage, staying consistent, picking your primary channels has been really challenging. I had a long think about what to do with Cosmic Crowbar when we announced, because we're ages away from having a Steam page. We're not ready to start pushing users towards that, but we're going to start talking about it, so we needed a place. In times of yore, we would have just had a Twitter feed, and that would have been all we needed. And you know, like, Twitter hasn't been turned off, but its usefulness is definitely gone. And actually, and one thing I did want to say, because we kind of touched on it earlier, but more for kind of long-shippian discussions than anything else. Where possible, when linking to video game news, like, please aim to link towards, like, you know, gaming sites or what have you, rather than Twitter. Because one, Twitter might disappear tomorrow. But the other thing is, I feel real uncomfortable pushing people towards there now. Hookshot was saying the Twitter post reached 25% of what it once was. Oh, big same. You know, I used to have like loads of friendos and contacts via Twitter. Now I'm lucky, like, yeah. Fern says it scares him a lot because of how unstable that platform is. Big same. Like, big same. Nope. Sorry, I forgot to reset the harness. Now the thing is, like, for personal use, you know, there are a bunch of social media spaces that people enjoy. The programmers and the more technically focused game devs have gone to Mastodon, and they're varying. It's decentralized nonsense. A lot of the game dev people are on Blue Sky, which they're really enjoying. I really enjoy Blue Sky. And if any of you ever need a code, by the way, loads of people let you know. Threads is worthless unless you're already famous. But, like, there are places that you as an individual can spend time on social media and it's not horrible. I have started following more people on Instagram. I don't intend to stop being on there because I find Instagram a very miserable place, but I'm happy it exists, and it's where a lot of people I know spend a lot of time, so... and as I said, I've been genuinely enjoying TikTok just for myself. I know. And that's something I never expected. But the thing is like, Twitter was the absolute central nexus for games and games media conversations. And Dingleberry Shyster Lord has absolutely fucking killed that. Okay, that didn't go according to plan. I'm not even going to worry about it. Well, so Naru, it wasn't why social media was born. It was born of kind of like a mass interconnectedness. What it became is another matter, and these days we must be more personally aware of how social media affects us. Yeah, Fern, let's do it. Let's return to books.
This fake ad is brought to you by social media. Why be happy?
But I will say is this, like, there are a ton of friends, both industry and otherwise, that I have made because of social media. Like, it's not just a hellscape. It has some hellscape-like vibes sometimes, but that's not all it is. Going up? I guess we're going up. This little thing is having such a good time. He's just a happy little guy. And I will say is like, Yeti, there is a potential for a return to print, but we'll see. Like, it feels like that's outside of my wheel well. But what I will say is that it's something that we need to consider in the gaming space because, yeah, Twitter was the town square of the video games industry, right? And it really isn't anymore. And when it comes to getting our games out there, getting them seen and known, like, that shit's hard. And here's the thing, I don't have like a magic bullet solution for getting like visibility and coverage, you know? It feels like, you know, even like institutions like Screenshot Saturday have gone. Verdantflow co-host is lovely, but currently it lacks a lot of the features it needs to help. Ah, you're fine, child. Oh, yeah, no, and Blue Sky is fun. Honestly, Handlebar, I'd say Blue Sky is probably the best one to wean yourself off of Twitter. I mean, TikTok's basically like an ADHD fever dream. I love it. And it continues to make me laugh. And it's definitely helped keep me up to date on current affairs very well. You know, between Under the Desk and that one bloke with a yellow crowbar and the brilliantly named Woke Karen, I am actually I'm more up to date on current affairs than I have been in a long time. I'm still not sure if one of the people I follow on TikTok is local to my area, or if I'm just having fucking hallucinations, but I guess all are possible. Okay, yeah, Fern, the return to Tumblr was hilarious, and the multicolored rainbow verification was excellent. I mean, Hookshot, local game devs in your area. Yeah, no, Handlebar, it is unfortunately atrocious, and for those of us who really did love Twitter, like, during its heyday, it's kind of heartbreaking to see it descend. But no, Handlebar, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Then, yeah, Blue Sky is probably the best. If you need a code, we've got so many. And we don't need to harp on this. Okay, so Chaser. Alright, Chaser. We talked about the bads, now we need a Chaser. When moving house, I found a whole ass deck of Pokemon cards, and it is an honest-to-goodness Tepig deck. And I don't mean like it's a deck of Tepigs. I mean like it's the black and white red Frenzy theme deck, which is meant to work up to like Emboar. And like, I didn't even know we had that. So by the process of moving, I found out about Pokemon cards I didn't even know existed. And before you ask, yes, it does contain more Tepigs. And they are fancy Tepigs. What else for a Chaser? We talked about everyone looking gorgeous at the Game Awards. And how the heart and spirit of the games industry is still what fuels me. Doesn't matter how hungover I am. Doesn't matter how tired I am. You see everybody together genuinely supporting each other, and it's so wonderful. Grand Take, I've not played the Pokemon TCG in 1,000 fucking years, but I have. I beasted the Game Boy Pokemon TCG 1,000 years ago. So good. My biological father, my dad, took me to the Baseball Hall of Fame, which shows you how much he knows me. But during that trip, I got the Pokemon TCG game. Oh, I didn't go that way, sorry. And I played through it so much. Okay. Is it Lucy James that's over at Giant Bomb now, right? Angelos? Oh, that's fun. Let's go, tiny bug friends. That's fucking cute. Alright, see you later, rock buddies. Sorry, rock buddies. I might need your help again. Oh god! Child, let go! I saw the inside of that child's teeth and I wish I never had. Let's never discuss that again. Aw, Vernon, that's super cute. Vernon says, remember when they were little, their dad got them Japanese Pokemon cards because they were out the English ones. That's cute as hell. Ah, yes, good old IMVU. I just want to point out, every year at GDC, IMVU just have their little stall, and they're still making money. Like, IMVU never ceased to make cash. I don't know why, I think about that a lot. Like, someone on TikTok was talking about the Neopets drama at the moment, and that cracked me up. Because it just kind of felt like that, you wish to tell me about Neopets? I was there when the old magics were written. I don't actually know if IMVU is good, villainous, or otherwise. But yeah, Order of Talent, Neopets is still a thing. They managed to buy themselves back from the Scientologists, and I believe they also managed to avoid the weird NFT thing that was being pushed on them. Oh, okay. I mean, Angelos, that's entirely fine. I spent a large proportion of the Game Awards talking about Hideo Kojima's glowing dick, so I can't critique anyone for genitalia-based banter. Oh no! Fern is saying that IMVU is now 100% villainous since they made it so shop creators can't earn money off their creations anymore. What's the quote? You either shut down a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Now, I will say, we've mostly been talking industry stuff while we've been playing this, but I'm finding this whole thing fascinating. It's not one of my favourite segments to play, but architecturally, one of my favourite parts of Nier, not Nier Automata, but Nier, is this city that's just built on two cliff faces. And I just kept thinking about how does a village function? How does a civilization like that pop up? Oh no, Hookshot, this game is perfect to talk around, and we may do a second stream of this. The puzzles are just right so I can do them while chatting, and there's so much to experience. Also, friends, if you're wondering who it was that ate your caramel bun, turns out it was Cass, and I can't believe they fucking did that. But no, like, the exploration of the archaeology of this place feels fascinating. Like, it feels abandoned, but it doesn't feel like it's been abandoned due to, you know, destruction or due to, like, wanton play. It feels like it's just been left. Does that make a weird sense? Oh, and Lyris, thank you for grabbing the clip of that horrifying moment. Oh yeah, no, cliff dwellings are totally a thing. What's the famous one is Machu Picchu, right? I just want to make sure I'm not misquoting. Whoa! So that's where we want to be. Little tiny cute Yoda. But it's just... This world is so strange because it's got almost like a nautical feel to it. In the lower sections, the things didn't feel like fungus, they felt like coral. But coral... I do think, considering our climbing ability, we should just be able to get through that. But that's another story. But no, it's just trying to imagine what life and civilization was like in this space. Haha! I break physics! Well, how did you gain the world speedrunning record for that climbing game? I created a high-speed child catapult. So Fern says, speaking of virtual worlds, today happens to be Ghost Supermodel's 1-year anniversary since the return to community-funded campaign. Lovely. That's your Neopets. I was a Gaia Online kid. And I was amazed to find my character still exists. Like, God. It was just the right amount of, like, weebery mixed with nonsense. God, yeah. It's also fascinating that, like, Gaia Online got real close to the actual, like, the potential gamification they were always aiming for. As in, like, actually creating, what was it called? It was like ZOMG or what have you. Gonna go make some rock friends! I love these little rock friends. And that's a rock fact. Oh! Alright, I have fucked up now. Fuck! Sorry, friends, you can take the lad out of QA, but you can't take the QA out of the lad. Oh, you don't know the deep lore. All right. So, Fern, I'll give you the quick Will story cliff notes, but I'm happy to talk about anything. So, when I was a wee teenager, I lived in that no man's land. Well, okay. When I was a weean, I lived in the no man's land between Brighton and London. They're like the fucking nothing at the south of England. However, we weren't too far from Guildford. And and so when I was a Wiian, I signed up to do testing over at Lionhead Studios. They would do this thing where, you know, you could sign up for a week or so. They'd bring you in, you'd play stuff, find them bugs, feedback, etc. Kind of like a free work experience. Games like, you should definitely put some pins down. So I did that for quite a few times. So that's where I kind of got my my QA experience from to start with. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Okay, what is happening here, game? My camera is getting pushed towards something. I can't look around. Guess I fucking janked it. Sorry, bear with me a second. Oh. Darn it! I guess it really does want me to just go over to the... I guess it really wants me to go over to the the windmill. Hold that thought, friends. Alright. Sorry about that. Yeah, Talon, sorry for the stress-induced nonsense. Okay, so as a kid, I do a few rounds of beta testing with Lionhead Studios. I did one kind of like I did one properly paid project, which was I worked on Creature Isles, and then nothing for an age. Like I was my familial unit kind of chucked me out my ass when I was 19, so moved up to London, worked odd jobs and what have you, ended up into film and television, worked there until, yeah, like the 2008 recession, where I found myself out on my arse and looking for work. So, yeah, I took a job at Sega Europe eventually. But there's more to this story, but, you know, this is the Cliff Notes version. Took a job at Sega Europe as a, like, rank and file, unpaid QA... sorry. God. And breathe. So, I take a minimum wage job at Sega Europe. I end up testing the Total War series as, like, off-site QA. Then, after working on the very end of Empire and Napoleon, I got offered a job at the Creative Assembly testing the same games. I took it, did that for a while, went from... Okay, went from standard testing to embedded QA, started doing stuff with the community team, and ended up moving into community management inside of CA. So I was doing a ton of video stuff, and then ended up moving like streams and nonsense like that. Angela's saying the important thing is that I eventually made it to Thursday Horsham Pub Night. The stuff of legend. Okay, let's explore inside first before we start climbing up. And so yeah, I did a show at CA called Rally Point back during the whole like content is king the maneuver where everybody was starting to get their CMs to do more front-facing. Oh, nearly fucking died. Oh no, actually that's where we want to be. Ah, cool. Excuse me. Hey, fun. It's what I do. You know, I can't help people with their streaming careers, but I can help them and their games succeed. God, this game's pretty. Oh yeah, fun. Like, who fucking can? I think the only surefire golden bullet in streaming is to have a friend who is independently famous. But that's another story. Anyway, so I work on Shogun 2, Fall of Samurai, and Rome 2. Rome 2 had a disastrous launch. And as it's been well over 10 years, I have talked about that one at great length. Okay, the thorns stay even at the sun. Alright, we can do that. Anyway. So, we do Rome, I work on Total War Attila, and then I was looking for other work, because stuff inside the studio had gotten pretty... I don't want to say toxic, gotten pretty tetchy. I would later find out that one of my seniors had basically been fucking with us, and had caused me and a mate to fall out and a whole bunch of stuff. Plus, I was burnt to a crisp from being a CM and trying to do a fucking YouTube show at the same time. That's another story. So I started looking for other jobs. I got offered to be a CM inside a tech company for Improbable. If you haven't heard of them, don't worry about it. They were pitching themselves as the next hotness for a while, and they eventually settled on death by mediocrity in the NFT metaverse space. The pitch for Improbable is a reminder that none of us are immune to propaganda. The pitch was incredible. What if you could take a small Unity game, put it on a cloud-hosted compute setup, and then basically have it as an almost infinitely scaling multiplayer game? So small teams could make gigantic multiplayer experiences. Now, it has not been 10 years since I worked in Improbable, so I have to be very careful with my wording. However, I can say that as of right now, there are no commercial video games using Improbable's technology available on the market. So, read into that how you will. Okay. This is going to be interesting. These little dudes are strong. Although it's interesting that these are camouflage. These are camouflage bugs. So it's like, what are you kids hiding from? So, Angelos, I couldn't possibly comment on the state of Worlds Adrift or any other. Because if I did know what happened, I would be extremely still under NDA on that one. Oh yes, jumping back, so Naru, yeah, Improbable were pitching the add multiplayer button as a fucking feature. Right, who doesn't want that? Right? And yeah, so Legend, I did not work on Worlds Adrift. Worlds Adrift was Bossa. I was at Improbable when that was being made. What I can say is that I was never initially hired to work for Improbable's technology stuff. I was hired to be a CM for Ion, which was another game being made using Improbable's tech. Okay, so TLDR, I work for Improbable, not Aeon, Ion. It was announced on an XCOM press conference and never seen again. Anyway, so after Ion stops being Ion, basically Improbable dissolved the games team. And they did it right before Christmas as well. And so I was basically told, you can either be a B2B salesman for the Improbable technology, or see you later. And, you know, I'm not a rich man. I don't make rich money. I was like, alright, I guess I'm a fucking B2B tech salesman now, I guess. However, I will say, as an aside, Improbable had stupid money. Okay, not stupid money, sorry. But Improbable had tech money. So I would just tell them, I want to go to this conference. And they would just say, yes. I wouldn't have to do a write-up. I wouldn't have to do, like, a justification. I told them, I want to go to PAX East and talk to devs. And they went, sure. That was it. I mean, Hookshot, they certainly did. But that's a story I can't tell. Anyway. So, after Improbable, I got the opportunity to work for Dean Hall's Rocket Works down in New Zealand. And that was a flat structure funded indie operation. And, you know, someone gives you the opportunity to work in New Zealand, you go fucking sure. I ended up leaving because it's a long and pretty heavy story. Just family member got real sick, and I went back to go kind of, you know, see him out and say goodbye, and I stopped caring. Like, by the time I got back, I couldn't give a fuck about, like, the inter-office politics of stuff, and, you know, and I wasn't in a good headspace as was, right? So when you're the only PR community person on a project, you can't just tap out. You don't have that option because, you know, the team's relying on you. You know, they don't necessarily know it, but you know, you need to be on your feckin' game because if you fuck up, nobody eats. Like, the game doesn't sell, the studio doesn't go anywhere. And that's a lot of pressure. And it's also, it's fucking important, you know? Yeah. And Fern's, like, some of these days, maybe not right now, I'll tell you some of the challenges I faced in that role, because... oh boy. To give you a taster, Fern, and I guess for those who haven't heard it, I couldn't get my boss to sign off on budgets for games. So any spend was all done on a case-by-case basis. And let me tell you, trying to do an event where you have to get every single purchase approved, that aged me. That fucking aged me. But again, flat structure's a fucking nightmare. I appreciate its intent and I understand what it's trying to do, but I wouldn't work a flat structure job for less than 6 big figures, you know what I'm saying? Well, so Naru, the reason why they didn't have budgets is because the idea with Rocketworks was to do cell-based development. So the simple idea, and I do like this idea, by the way, I think it's a great way of diversifying, is that you have 5 small projects. These 5 small projects are 5 different ideas, and they share some disciplined individuals. So, like, 3D artists, musicians, and other individuals are rotated between projects, depending on how well they're doing and how fast they're coming to. Like, team members can be pulled off of one project and put onto another, so you can raise and lower things. With the idea being is that rather than trying to hit one banger, like, mid-tier project, you make 5 small indie-sized projects. And so long as your overheads are low, you only need 2 of the 5 to succeed. So long as the others don't incur, like, negative destruction levels, then you can essentially do it like almost like farming rotation. It's a really good idea, and I like that. But to have that kind of flexibility, you don't, like, having it all laid out budgetarily makes it very, very difficult. But being the only person doing community and PR, it made it incredibly difficult to plan anything. Feckin' wee! Man, this kid's knees are so sturdy. Fern, you are right. The community PR role is a scam, but I mean, I'm only a man, and unfortunately, I am not immune to the arrogance of the male condition. By which I mean, I had this theory, right? I thought that if I did all of my campaign planning, so community, PR, external outreach and all of that, if I did all of it from a branching community perspective, my theory was that basically you could do an engagement-first led project with the idea always being to slowly bring everything together. And Hookshot, what Fern was saying isn't a dig at you. Sometimes studios will advertise for a PR community joint role because they either don't understand it or they don't want to pay for somebody who's good. And it's annoying, but it happens. But yeah, so I mean, I still think my theories of community-led or community-first as a style for comms, I still think works. And I'm sure there are some teams and some individuals out there who have done that. But when I tried to do it, I was experimenting with a style that I hadn't tried before in an environment that was very chaotic and very fluid. So like, I couldn't put my theories to the test. Okay, so that is the way we need to go. Alright. So yeah, I was kind of... So yeah. Like I said, I still believe in my theories, like, professionally, and I still think that if I had to attempt a similar role again, I think it could be done, you know? However, it's kind of at that... I don't know when I'll need to do that kind of...
Just got back from the office, missed the start of the stream, so I have to ask, is that a flying nugget with your character?
It isn't, but boy does it have the same vibes. It looks like a kind of like an octopus and a skinny pig kind of crossed together, and I love it. Also, Bacon, thank you for 200. And Fern, like, thank you. Right, I know it's something that definitely peeps working communications can appreciate. What I will say, though, is that the team I'm working for at the moment, they have a very clear idea of what it is that they want to do. And... I have been learning enforced good habits from them. So it's been a real challenge working on Cosmic Crowbar, but it's been doing me good. Because, like, when we were rolling towards the announcement, I was doing it like a traditional announcement, like, get all the ducks in a row, like, let's get that fucking press release ready to go, let's make sure the assets are ready, like, get it approved, get it together. And Steve basically digitally took me to one side and went, Will, that's not how we're doing this. You know, we're a funded project, we don't need to go hard. We're just making it so that we can tell people what we're working on. And I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. So you don't need me to go hard? No. Oh, alright. Because I was so used to, especially in the indie space, where, you know, every opportunity is an opportunity you must grasp. Alright? If you fuck up your announcement, you don't get to re-announce your game. Right? Well, yeah, Legend essentially. Well, at very least, like, Will, you've got to fucking chill out, mate. You've got to chill out. And so it's been real good, like, working on that one. Yeah. I mean, Fern, big same. It's just the irony is that, you know, it is my current employer that's having to bully me into being more healthy. Because, I mean, I've talked about this a lot. Friends, I am not a case study. I am a cautionary tale. Like, it's not that you couldn't do what I do, friends. It's that you shouldn't do what I do. Oh yeah, no, Fern, I absolutely got that hyper focus. You know, like, I'm proud of what I do. I'm good at it. But the way in which I do it is not good and not healthy. Legend, you're right. First recipient of the Longshipian pin. There we go. Like a glove. But yeah, so Fern, that was my story so far. There was a slight stint where I, let's just say I worked for some friends. And that was in the streaming space, not the game devery space. And it was... Oh, beans! I have fucked up now. But I think that's a story for another day. But, as much as that was a fucking disaster, it did lead to me... streaming full-time. And streaming full-time has suited me very well. It definitely, yeah, it suits my temperament. And to the great blue heron. The big blue heron! Fucking hell. Apparently I just don't do names right. How are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. Because Fern, were you content before PR? So Fern was saying they're 7 years into streaming and 2.5 years into PR. Fascinating. So basically, I'm your I fucked up. I have fucked up now. Hold that thought. Sorry, what I was going to say is that in the world of streaming, I'm very much your junior. You get to be kind of like the Yakuza senpai. Oh, thank the feckin' gods. Started the wee age of 18. Maid Nora. Well, I would have been insufferable if I'd been on Twitch at 18. I'm often very thankful that I didn't start doing YouTubian stuff until like my late 20s. Angelo's dealt with me back at CA, and streaming has been very good for my temperament because I get to talk to you lot on the regular about the things I'm passionate about, the games I'm playing, my industry feels and deconstructions. But look, all I can say, Angelos, is I'm sorry. I don't know if you were there the day Unreal Tournament got banned in the office because me and Craig were screaming obscenities at each other. But it was valid. Fern was saying, what else was a middle school dropout IMVU expert to do? God. I mean, that makes you a specialist these days, but... you know. We're back in order! Alright, give us a little song. Okay, the DayZ times was great. So sorry. We used to play DayZ in the office as a squad after hours, and it was so much fun. And what makes me laugh, our team was called the Enfield Daves, because that's what we had lots of, was Enfield rifles and blokes named Dave. Right, see, there we go, Fern. You're already on it. Back in my day, controllers had cords, and it were uphill both ways. Motion controls meant flipping your friend off, calling him a twat while you're playing Counter-Strike in the office. There were so many Daves. Yeah, so what was great about that, Angelos, is we didn't need comms in the office, we just screamed at each other. But it was after hours. All hail the big crab! All hail big crab. Because it was like... ah, good times. We used to play Quake back in college because you could run it from the networked drive without installing it on the local. And I was upsettingly good at it, so I loved it. Everybody wants to play a game that I was good at. Alright. God, this game is gorgeous. But yeah, again, I feel like it warrants saying, because we're definitely still in one of those years where, like, it feels like everything's fucking falling apart in games. The games industry as a place to work, as a group of people to dedicate your professional time to, is still, in my opinion, one of the best. And it's because of that camaraderie. To work in games is basically to do a combination of, like, tech, theatre, and, I don't know, jumped up drama kid flavoured nonsense. It's... at times it reminds me of working in like a nerd store or what have you. Because everyone has this shared passion, this shared love. There's, at least for most, there's this commonality that you have with your co-workers, and it's so wonderful, you know? I have no doubt that our industry will survive all the fuckery that we've been put through this year. No doubt. Like, it shouldn't be this way, right? But currently, that's just the reality of how it is. Yeah, you know what, Angela's? That's entirely true. Like, I don't know what it's like for younger generations getting into video games, but that's definitely what it felt like. It felt like common home. Being in a room full of people that didn't think you were fucking weird still playing video games into your teens, or, you know, obsessing over nerdery and Star Wars and all that good stuff. Back when, like, knowing and giving a shit about Star Wars
Captain
was a nerdy
on the
thing.
bridge.
Oh, make it!
Yay, this also appeared just now.
Fuck yeah.
I don't know if I should be worried or not. Smile.
I don't know, as a chronic warrior, I find there's always something to worry about. No, but Bacon, for the amount of time, cash, and your life you put into keeping the longship afloat, thank you. But no, I just wanted to go back to what Angela's... Hey! Restless Roots, Watto and welcome. Come on in, friend, come on in. I definitely felt as a Weean, like, I was very much... I don't know, my obsession and love with games was something I shared with so few people. Like, God. It's like whenever I found anyone who liked video games, I was just latching on. And then you get into a space where not only does everyone else know and give a shit about games like you do, but they're down to just, yeah. You know what, Fearless? And I'm glad that's the case. Sorry, Fearless was saying that we're the last generation bullied for being into nerd stuff. And that's something that makes me very happy, right? Like, so long monoculture, you will not be missed. Rest says their dad still talks about being bullied for reading comics. God. Okay, not to just turn into like the nostalgia train, but so I finally saw the Into the Spider-Verse last night. Obviously, none of you need me to tell you that it's fucking brilliant. And in this house, we stand Spider-Punk. Anyway. I couldn't help but remember what it used to be like. You know what I mean? Okay, speaking of which... time to blow the conch! Lyris was saying that being a nerd girl was particularly odd. They got so much crap, and then wiped the floor with all the guys in Medal of Honor. Yeah, let them know fear. Oh. Do you know, I'm so glad. The concept of the gamer girl, I'm glad that has died on the vine. A mystical creation. Okay, so we're at 2 of 3 of the little things. What's up, buddy? Little friends! Little friends! Please be friend, not boss. Big friend, big crab. Big friend, big crab. Big friend, big walk. Crabtacular. Crabamanjaro. Crabtrocity. Chapter 4. Convergence. Lyra's saying it was hilarious because they found out I played Medal of Honor with their brother and assumed that meant he went easy on them. Wouldn't give him any trouble. Started ganging up on me doing free-for-alls because they knew the only way to take me out. They clearly did not know. Oh, excuse me. Burp was like a death rattle. That thing's so fucking cute. But I'm not saying everything is good and right and perfect now, but I try and celebrate the victories that we have for getting out of fucking monoculture. One of these days I want to go on a deep dive and kind of try and work out where a few of the most stupid myths came from. Because there's more than a few. Oh yeah, target 4-hour video essay. I'm in for it. Fuck yes. Once again, if you haven't seen the H-Bomber Guy video on plagiarism, give it a watch. It will make you feel great about yourself. But no, I'd love to do a deep dive into where the concept of the fake gamer girl came from, because that was the one that I remember doing the rounds so much when I was a weird. That there was... It kind of felt like the Dare of my era, you know? That instead of it being people giving you free drugs to get you hooked on drugs, it's like, friends, amongst our ranks there are pretenders, shapeshifters even, sirens looking to lure you away. It's like, no, there wasn't. And I'd be fascinated to see where that archetype came from and how it permeated. Yeah, Order Talon, what a fucking weird thing. Well, so Angelos, that's the bit where I want to do like a history deep dive. Was it the Lads Mag smut, where it would just be I forget the correct term, but someone posting in the NUD, but with a controller to appeal to a specific demographic? Yeah, because, Nick, even if we look at it in the absolute most, like, cynical, like, construction view, why would at least the target demographic at the time not want more half-femme-presenting people in the space? What is it that they're fakes of? What is it they're trying to steal? I don't know. There's just this combination of, like, gatekeepery and weird us and them culture. There's probably some overhangs from, like, you know, back when nerdery was the thing to be bullied for. There's probably some overhang from, like, early game events that used to use, like, hired staff to sell product and stuff. Which, by the way, is fucking fine. You know, there are companies out there. They man your booth. They sell your stuff. You know, they'll sell your boat. They'll sell your game. It's fine. Yeah, no, Naru, that stuff is entirely fascinating. So yeah, if someone's already done a deep dive into this in a video, there's a 4-hour documentary on it, then sign me the fuck up. Because it's so fucking bizarre, you know? Because here's the thing, is like, there hasn't been the same kind of like, or at least at the time, there wasn't the same kind of like insidious critique of things like fucking Mountain Dew, which was literally trying to sell you deathly sugar water. Because gamers! A jump to be carried by the sparks. Oh, that's fucking cool! I have little jet friends now! Yeah, Angelos, I remember that EGX where they had the QR codes on the butt of hot pants. That was a time we could have done without. This whole area is beautiful. But you can see what I mean about, like, the coral vibe to it. But yet we're so high above what would be air quotes sea level, so... God, this game is gorgeous. Well, yeah, and also, Angelos, it's like, it's the focal point, right? Like... The kinds of individuals you're talking about feels very Granger Games. Like, they are models who are being utilized because they have the traditional male gaze sexiness, and that is then being weaponized to sell product. Like, the QR code on the butt means everyone's going around taking photos of butts. Oh, that's fine. Like having kind of like the product URL right over dem titties. Like, that is something that's being very tactfully used. Cosplayers are of their own volition. It's there for celebration. It is there because of, like, the fucking love of it. And it's as much characterization and craft as it is... Yeah. I don't know. This is a topic that we could pick apart for ages. I'm glad it's something that we're getting away from. But... Alright, again. I have no reason to believe this, but I think it warrants saying. Now that games media is basically Keeley's domain, we must remember, Keeley has no scruples. Like, if you haven't seen it, there is an incredible video by Patrick Gill about the Call of Duty franchise and War as a Circus. Now, it's a heavy video, but it's fucking brilliant. However, even if you don't watch the whole thing, they have some choice clips from a Call of Duty fest back in the 2010s, which shows Jeff Keighley hosting what is a pure, like, sell more toys, sell more Mountain Dew event. Where he's made to do a shot of some new Mountain Dew flavor, and you can see the hatred in his eyes. It's brilliant. Anyway, give it a watch, it'll entertain you. But it's worth noting that, like, that's where Keeley be. And for the guy who said he invited a woman, but she couldn't make it, I don't think it would be unbecoming if Keeley was like, oh, we're allowing booth babes at Summer Games Fest. Actually, Dustin, if you like hilarious booty shorts, and again, thank you, TikTok, there is a lass out there who does their own Etsy store. And I believe they were the first ones to put Bloodborne quotes on booty shorts. And it's amazing. Although, Angelos, I know at least 1 or 2 Longshipians that got very drunk because we were joking with the Game Awards. It was drink on world exclusive and drink anytime there's a Fen presenting person on stage. And, hey, they stepped it up. The industry showed, and a lot of people got very drunk because of it. Though I gotta admit, the after party was just us all being drunk and sleepy after being attacked and assaulted with exclusives and announcements for 3.5 hours. Yeah, I had a feeling, Nick. I had a feeling. You ran out of gin. Oh, I didn't notice! When we listened to the conch shell, the little cutie got up against our other ear to try and hear it. So cute. Oh yeah, Nick, you busted your hand by accident. Also, yeah, I don't... Nick, please give your absolute best healing well wishes to your missus as well for us. Oh, okay, so Nick saying he didn't actually bust his hand drunk. It was because of the Jurassic Park game. And for those who don't know, Nick will help me show you all Jurassic Park Trespasser at some point. Okay. So we call the Sparks. I wonder. That's cool. Oh, that's very cool. Thank you, Sparks. But yeah, Nick, I'll let you know when I've got some time to actually start working on getting Jurassic Park Trespasser working. Because I've been thinking about what we're going to do for Christmas. For those of you who haven't been here before, in the past, every Christmas we play something Half-Life-y. Because Half-Life is a really good reminder of where games were, where we are, but also it still has a lot it can teach us. So I always think it's worth playing through every year. But the thing is now, this will be our 5th, 6th Christmas? I think this will be our 6th Christmas. So we played a lot of Half-Life. And, like, I ain't complaining. But I'm thinking of other things to put into the mix. Now, there was an update to OG Half-Life, so we do have a reason to have a putz about on that. But, like, what else could we do? I'm thinking, friends, we do a Dinosaur Christmas with Half-Life Trespasser. Because if there's a game we can get ruinously drunk with, it's it's Jurassic Park Trespasser. And if you've not heard of Jurassic Park Trespasser, don't worry. It was a PC-only title. It sold like garbage. It played worse. But it started... It asked a lot of questions that would end up changing the whole games industry. And it would end up inspiring the greats, you know? So I really think it's worth talking about. Because sometimes what we can learn from games isn't to emulate their brilliance, but to understand their heart. Jurassic Park Trespasser is not fun. It is not good. But as soon as you know what it's trying to do, it just... it's the kind of thing that leaves you inspired. Yeah, one of the main guys behind it went on to invent the Xbox. I think Spielberg was directly involved. It would be the thing that inspires the entirety of the immersive sim, like, movement. And again, I'm not calling it a genre, it's a movement. It's an idea. Sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. Yeah, legend. It's a design ideology. And I think that would be something good to crack into over Christmas. Plus, you get to see some things that are unintentionally hilarious. That they're so innocent. They're so innocent in terms of their concept, but are so ridiculous. Sorry, for example, so the tenet of Jurassic Park Trespasser was that, like, it's everything's in world, right? It's only diegetic UI. Oh man, Bubbles. I love Bubbles. And that is a great idea, but they were the first to really try this, and so they had to come up to solutions to problems that nobody else had had. And, not all of their solutions were good. And my favourite example, which I know most of you know now by heart, but just in case, is, yep, it's the HP bar boobies. So, they wanted it so that... I need you to work with me here, kid. Okay, there we go. They wanted a way to show you your health in-game, and they couldn't think of a way to do it. So what they ended up doing was putting a heart tattoo on your own boobies. So when you need to find out how much health you have, you just look at your own tits, and you're like, oh, I'm this titty healthy. That is a Spielberg game thing. And honestly, like, the more I think about it, the more I don't think they intended it to be as male-gazy as it was. I think they were just like, oh, well, where can we put a tattoo? Well, we can't put it on the arms, because the arms are doing things. Alright, we're playing as a femme-presenting character. Alright, we'll put it here so they can just check it. Spend the whole time looking at their own movies. Yeah, fun, that'll do it. I've been told by friends that have had breast reductions that the lack of storage is also a big deal, of popping stuff down your t-shirt and then having it fall on the floor. And you know what, Nick, you're not wrong. After surgery, one's HP would be low. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I tell you what, friends. I'm going to bring our little adventure to a close. I will find somebody lovely for us to raid into, so please do stick around. Because there have been so many people coming and hanging out today, and I want to pass it forward. And we'll find somebody cool to crash on into. But yeah, Yeah, Fern, go get some sleep, friend. And here's the thing, I'm going to try and start earlier, so I should be at less stupid times and hours for you all. Right. Thank you all for the wonderful company and conversation. Thank you for bearing with me while I was a stream of hot-boiled piss earlier. And this fucking journey, this game. Like, friends, this deserves all the attention it's been getting. If only for our cute little, like, octopus skinny pig friend. Like, how are you so fucking cute? The music, gorgeous. The audio and the feel of it. And the puzzling really does make you feel... It gives you that feeling of free climbing. It's so good. Although you're not free climbing because you have an anchor and a tether, but you know what I mean. Okay. Friends, this has been a wonderful day, and I hope you had a good time too. Tomorrow we'll be finishing up Armored Core 6, so brace yourselves. Judica, the pleasure is all mine. Alright? And yeah, if you come up with any other ways that might be a good torturous stream for Saturday, let me know, post them in general over on Discord or otherwise. Currently, it's going to be EA Widow's Lament with Game Dev Tycoon on hard, and you lot can fuck with me. Because yeah, we got the big Twitch promotion thing coming this week, and I wanna work my arse off. I want to do something that's worth the time and cash that you lot put in. So thank you. All right. I don't think I've got anything else left to say. Let me roll credits. As always, the only reason I get to keep doing this is because you lot throwing donations and bits at my stupid face. I'm extremely grateful for that, friends. Oh yeah. I'm lacking the big clever words, but like, thank you so much. So, to PVS3, XD Johnny XP, Lizzie Tipau, Sahim, Viathon, Jupiter, Neo Shido, Naru Hoodie, Captain Stephanie Barnes, Penny Peruna, Kira Zero, Ishkar Jarek, fucking jacket, Creamy Magnesium, Beadora, Jetman J, and Bacon Avenger, whether you were gifted a sub or celebrating the full 62 months, I thank you. Thank you. As you well know, bits and donations keep us the fuck alive. So to Catastros, Stepagen, Eraman, J-Post, Kira Zero, Penny Peruna, Quasimoto Crux, Some Numbers Legend, of Moried. No, I couldn't quite poker rap it. Bacon Avenger and Vanderbeast, like, thank you. Your moderators today was Caffeine, Liz Power, and Rhymes of Moose. That is a triple threat of excellent moderation. And we had raids coming in from Penny Peruna and Restless Roots. Right. Fern, I wished never to read that, and yet here we are. Okay, so I wanna Okay, so friends, I got 3 choices for you. Alright, I got 3 choices for you. Mini Healer, which appears to be kind of like I don't want to call it an idle game, but like a thin MMO emulator. Sorry, that emulates thin MMOs. Some Rain World. Which maybe not Rain World because the person playing it is speedrunning and they're about to finish as the survivor. Or Pray for the Gods, the Nordic Shadow of the Colossus up. Nick and Fern, please report to the Shadow Realm after this stream. They will be awaiting you. So yeah. So we've got Nordic Shadow of the Colossus or tiny pixely healers. What strikes your fancy? And Hookshot, have a lovely rest of your evening, friend. Alright, executive decision then. We're going to go over to Sage Bell. Sage Bell is currently playing Pray for the Gods. They've only got like 8 peeps hanging out, so we get to go be the big cool raid. Again, thank you all for the wonderful company and conversation. I hope you'll stick around, and if you don't know Sage already, then you get to come meet him. Yeah, sorry, I should come up with a better pitch than that, but you can ask him. Oh, Foam's going to vote Nordic anyway, cool. Pray for the Gods is also a fascinating game because it had excellent early access coverage, and then just kind of... It did real well. But it did well in a way that it didn't get any coverage at the same time. It's real fascinating. So, yeah, like I said, friends, if you think of any other ways to fuck with me in real time via the medium of bits, then I am all ears. But, yeah. I'll see you tomorrow for some giant robots. If the games industry could chill the fuck out tonight, that'd be great. Somehow I don't think it's going to. Oh, yes, Nick, that was it. They had to change the name during coverage. That was it. Yeah. Anyway, we'll talk about that over on Sage's Spot. Friends, have a lovely rest of your evening. I'll either see you on Discord or I'll see you tomorrow. To be continued. To be continued.